Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining in and for joining in time. We are giving the participants and the judges a few more minutes so that they can join. Then we can begin around 10:10. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Ernest, and I will be emceeing today. So I just want to welcome you. So feel comfortable, and we will be starting shortly, just in a few minutes. So give us a few minutes, and we should be able to start. Thank you. Yeah, as we prepare to begin, just as a few issues for all our participants, I would request that you rename yourself, starting with the word participant and the organization that you're representing. And then for our judges, if you could also rename yourself, starting with the name judge, and then maybe your name so that we get to know you. And then for KCSE staff, I think you can also rename yourself starting with KCSE and your name so that we also know who is in the house. Thank you. And maybe just to guide for those who may have challenges trying to rename themselves, just take a cursor to your name. You'll see two blue dots, one written mute and another one written more. Click on that one, then select rename. So that should be able to help you rename yourself.
Ernest, I have a question. So you're saying I replace the name, for example, Bonfes Nyalwal with participant and then Afriagdemak, or I maintain my name but with the organization I'm representing. Just to clarify that.
Yeah, you start with participant, you can put your name and the organization, so it will be easier to know. Because I've seen like you've written Bonfas, Nyalwal, Agri, yeah, so just add participant. That should be fine.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, Solomon. Good morning. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, good morning, morning. How are you,
Oh,
Rebecca?
sorry. Fine, thank you. I was just wondering, am I on my own?
No, you're not on your own.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
yeah, we are
Okay,
just about
you.
to begin. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Sorry for a late join because I'm having a lot of difficulty with the internet. I hope it will sustain. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, it's understood. Yeah, so thank you, everyone. And we should be about to begin. I'll just checking to see whether we have all our participants so that we don't begin and we miss any. Actually, most of them are almost here. So I think we can begin this session. So I just want to welcome everyone on board and thank you for taking time to join us at this Vijana and AgriBiz finals. So we have a program which was meant to start at 10 with our login. Then we have some brief introductory remarks from a few of our guests who will be here. After those remarks, then we'll move into our round one of pitching, where we'll have the first 5 of the 10 finalists pitching. Then we'll take a short break where the judges will have a short deliberation. And then we'll come back and have now the second round of pitching, where we'll have our 8, another set of 5 presenting. And then we'll break again and give the judges some deliberation. We'll have a remark from one of the young people who has gone through one of our programs, and they can share the experience, how it has been them being in AgriBiz for a while now. Then we later on invite our judges to give remarks and then make the announcement. After the announcement, we'll close, and we are hoping by 1 o'clock we should be able to close. So just some few rules of engagement. I will request that we all remain on mute so that we don't interfere with the pitching. We can all listen in. If you have a challenge with your internet, we'll request that you put off your video if you're not a participant, so that maybe issues around bandwidth may not arise. So we request that if you're not a participant, you can mute your video. And also let's remain mute so that we don't interrupt on the pitches and when the judges are asking questions to our participants. So with those, I just want to welcome you. And then now I will invite Vanam to give us a brief about the competition before I invite the next speaker. Welcome, Vanam.
Thank you, Ernest, and good morning, everyone. Really excited to be here this morning. Apologies for the slow start, delayed start. We were just waiting, as Ernest said, we were just waiting for all the participants to be here, who are the main chief guests as we speak today. So very happy to inform you all that the competition has received fantastic traction from various stakeholders in Kenya. From donors to fellow innovators to incubators. Everybody are very excited today to listen to your pitches, and we are also very excited to hear your best ideas, and we're also keen to see who takes the big prize money at the end of the day. So why did we start the competition? So just wanted to spend a couple of minutes in explaining the competition, why we started and what was the rationale behind it. As you might all know that this project has been supported from EU and Danida. We are very grateful for them. And the key objectives of this competition is to basically foster innovation. There are so many innovations that are happening in the agriculture space and agriculture business. It was time for Kenyan entrepreneurs to come together and help us innovate, help us pitch the idea to the world on their innovation. So that was the first objective. Then the second one was to also build the capacities of the local entrepreneurs, especially the youth. I mean, as we speak, the competition is about Vijana. Competition is about the youth and women to access capital, especially. Thirdly, we want to enhance local, regional, and international awareness on the innovative business ideas that we all have, and also to create some linkages and offer some opportunities for scaling up. This is quite critical because you might be having a brilliant idea, but if you're not able to link it up with the supply chain, value chain and all, sometimes it becomes really frustrating. So I'm sticking my neck out here today and saying to all the pitchers here, you might expect some calls from the organizations who are willing to support the idea. So keep your phone lines open, the fellow innovators. So before we came to the finals, we conducted a boot camp just to ensure that the entrepreneurs have been given enough investor readiness training from the semi-final stage onwards. So we have trained all the 20 entrepreneurs as part of the boot camp. The training was to ensure all the entrepreneurs had suitable tools, templates, and also enhance the business ideas and concepts and work simultaneously on the presentation skills. At the end of the boot camp, participants created the pitch decks, which you will be hearing today, and they had a better investor readiness pitches. Lastly, wanted to highlight on the process that we as KCIC as a group adopted. We were overwhelmed by the response that we received. We received over 350 applications against a call. It only shows the innovative spirit of entrepreneurs in Kenya. And it also shows the demand for such calls, for such competitions in Kenya. To shortlist from 350 was not an easy task, but we had some tools. We designed some criteria to help us, and we selected 20 participants to go through those semi-final stages. Which the semi-finals was held last Monday, and from there we finalized 10 finalists, which will be pitching today. And here is the exciting news, team. The top 3 ideas will be awarded some cash prizes, $1 million for the first prize, 750,000 for the second prize, and 500,000 shillings for the third prize. Also, the top 10 ideas will be considered, although we are not promising, but we will be considered for incubation and acceleration cohorts into the KCIC AgriBiz program. Not just KCIC, I'm hopeful, and I'm because of the coverage that we are getting, because of the coverage that Vijana and AgriBiz is getting, I'm sure there are other people there who is interested in your innovative idea who will be contacting you. So I'm very hopeful of that. Before I close and hand it over back to Ernest, wanted to also appeal to all of you to apply for Climate Launchpad call for proposals, which is already live. This is one of the biggest competition globally. And KCIC is very proud partner of launching the competition. So I would encourage everyone to also apply under the Climate Launchpad. Please visit our social media websites for more information. And lastly, good luck to all the team members, and I wish you all the good luck, and may the best man win, or the best woman win. Back to you, Ernest.
Yeah, thank you, Venom, for those remarks and encouragement words to our participants. So now I would want to invite the Group CEO for Kenya Climate Innovation Center, Dr. Edward Mungai, to give us a brief about AgriBiz, and then thereafter he will invite our chief guest to give some remarks. Welcome, Edward.
Thanks, Ernest, and good morning, participants. Good morning, our guests. Good morning, judges. I want to take this opportunity, first and foremost, to recognize the presence of Dr. Hubert from EU delegation. He's the head of Development Corporation. Hubert, good morning, and good to see you here. Secondly, I also want, to appreciate all the participants, for putting your necks out and being able to put good proposals which have seen the light of the day, and at the end of today, we will be picking, some of you who will get the money. But I always like saying that there is no losers in this game. So for sure, Vanam and team, there will definitely be ways that we can be able to work with those who don't then make the cut. I also want to take the opportunity also to thank our judges. for the efforts and for the time that they are contributing into this, and also overseeing that we have the right, winners for this competition. And finally, KCIC team, thank you so much for putting this together. Well, that said, I think mine is really to say a little bit about the AgriBiz program. AgriBiz program is a program we started last year. It was launched on 6th of March 2020, and this is courtesy of our partners, who we are proudly, they supported us. That is the European delegation in Kenya and Danida, who have supported us to put together an AgriBiz program whose sole mandate is to encourage, and to see sustainable businesses around agribusiness, which are driven by youth and women of Kenya. The whole objective is about creation of jobs, and also to show, as examples that agriculture can be an alternative. And I think that's the moral of the program, if you like, that we must be able to create jobs. We must be able to show the rest of the world and the rest of Kenya and the rest of young people and the rest of women that indeed agriculture is an alternative to jobs. So in this case, it gives me a lot of joy, to see brilliant business cases which are being presented here and presented by Vijana, as Vanam is calling them, by the youth, so that then they can become, one, scalable businesses. But I think secondly is that we need to change behavior. We need to change mindsets. And so the competitors and the participants who are participating here, we hope that you can do a brilliant job that then can be able to convert many of the young people, so that then they can also get into this bandwagon of starting enterprises that are, agriculture based, but then which will show that indeed agriculture is an alternative. I must say it's also, a good showcase, considering that the average age of a Kenyan farmer is beyond 50 years. And this program really is to lower that age. And the only way we can lower that age is by, relating this to technology. And I've seen many of the cases that you've presented are that intersection between, agriculture and technology. And I think this is what will make agriculture cool again, and which will be able then to attract more and more young people into this game. This is the version 1, Vijana and AgriBiz. Soon we will be going for version 2. And the whole essence, this is to bring out innovations, as Vanam was kind of alluding to. But please note that the AgriBiz program is not just about innovation, it's about how agribusinesses can be used by young people and women of Kenya. So innovation really is not a prerequisite for any idea that is coming through the AgriBiz. But for this particular Vijana and AgriBiz, it is important, because then the whole essence is to showcase and to show that indeed agriculture can become cool again. Now, the way it operates, AgriBiz is now being implemented in 8 counties. And those are the counties of Bungoma, Meru, Kiambu, Kisii, Uasin Gishu. We have Kisii, and we also have Kilifi. And also we have Isiolo. So those are the 8 counties that we are engaged in, but also note that it is not only that we are taking ideas from those 8 counties, but actually we are taking ideas from different regional parts of Kenya, but represented by these 8 counties. And this, how it will be done, is through calls for applications. I think we have had call for application for all the counties now, the 8 counties, and now we are going to the second round, of asking for calls. And this will be happening again around September of this year. So for those who still have more ideas and those who can be able to outreach for us, please go and pass the message that again, we will have a second round of calls, which will be coming up in September. In terms of the services that we provide within AgriBiz program, it's again the challenges that you face as business people or as wanting to start a business. It will be from business advisory. It's about access to finance. Kindly our donors, our partners have given us resources, which then we can be able, to provide you with sub-grants. We can also be able to provide you with what we call result-based financing, which again is to put into your businesses so that then you can scale them. As I said, business advisory is the consulting services that we provide to you to make bankable business plan. And again, done for free courtesy of our partners. It's also about the access to facilities. We will have 8 incubation hubs within the 8 counties. But more importantly is that you require services like testing services. You require services like prototyping services. businesses, again, that will be available depending on a need basis. And finally, is also working with the county governments of all those 8 counties, to create an enabling environment through policies, through standards that then would help your businesses even to get better. And indeed, that's what summarizes the AgriBiz program. And it is a 5-year program where we want, to incubate and accelerate more than 2,400 businesses, agri-businesses, and eventually create over 17,000 jobs. As it looks, we have been implementing for 1.5 years, and it seems like those numbers, we will be able to achieve them. And of course, this is with the support of our entrepreneurs and also the support of our donors. So with those few remarks, I want to wish all the participants, all the competitors, all the best, and may the best team win the competition. Thank you, and back to you, Anne. So should I invite?
Yes, you should invite Dr. Hubert.
Yeah. So Hubert, once again, thank you very much for being with us this morning. And I just want, to ask you to take the floor and say a few words of encouragement to the young people and also to us as we push this project forward. Also share a little bit about the ambition of the project. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everybody. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be with you today. I'm very excited as well to listening in, to hearing actually all these fantastic proposals. Let me start, Edward, by thanking you for giving me the floor and already acknowledging upfront the fantastic job KCIC is doing, and we're really happy and pleased to have found you as a partner together with our colleagues from Denmark, through Danida as well. Edward, I think we're speaking from the same sheet, because my few remarks that I will make and wanted to make are very, very much the same, I think, than yours, but I still will bring them forward to maybe in a slightly different way. But let me first start really to say once again that I'm happy to be here at the first final of this Vijana AgriBiz competition. This day is really about the finalists. It's really about you. You are in the limelight today. I can imagine you must be already quite anxious and nervous, maybe not necessarily wishing to listen to more speeches, but rather preparing your own pitch, basically, that you're going to make today. But I think this is really something that is demonstrating as well how the European Union is changing its partnership with Kenya by doing the types of programs we are doing, and by doing these types of competitions as well. And so this competition is really an opportunity to support to high growth, innovative and disruptive solutions in the agricultural business ecosystems. And innovation and disruption, they do go hand in hand. Disruption is not just a negative word, but once in a while, it needs disruption to break up the catharsis, to break up old systems and old business models, and to look forward into the potential that new and innovation can actually bring. And I think this is what this competition is about as well. And I'm very pleased to hear as well that you were overwhelmed by the amount of response that you have received, that you had more than 300 applicants, and now you had to narrow it down to 20. And I think even the 300 that have shown that they are interested and have shown that they want to go out and demonstrate to the world their ideas, this is really what Kenya needs. I think this is what our partnership needs as well. And I'm really encouraged to say that we have to do more of the likes. And to mention already to the 20 of you that are participating now, I think you're all already winners. And I truly and sincerely hope that beyond the ones who will get a cash prize today, all of you indeed should be contacted by banks, by investors, and by partners who want to take your ideas together with you to the next level. And I think this is really what this program is about. This competition fits very well into our AgriBiz program, as Edward has outlined. We're implementing this together with Danida from Denmark, and we put 5.1 billion Kenyan shillings into this program in grants. I think this is important to mention as well. And to support some 2,400 youth and women in various agribusiness value chains, and to create 17,000 jobs, 17,000. So I'm saying this because I wanted to point out a little bit why the European Union and how the European Union wants to partner with Kenya. We really want to focus in our way forward in our next 7 years, but I think this program is already anticipating this. AgriBiz is already anticipating the type of partnership we want to have. It is about job creation, notably for youth, notably for women, and at scale as well. And I think 17,000 is really considered to be at scale. That shows as well that our ambition is to work not just at pilot solutions, but really bringing this to the next level. And the focus on youth and women is very important to us as well. Been strongly partnering in agriculture in the past, but again here we want to transform this now by really harnessing the potential and bring that happen with you, with youth, with innovation, being at the forefront of that, and bringing as well women into agriculture. Agriculture job creator. It's super important for food security as well, and hence this will remain one of our priority areas in support in the future as well. And another area that will be very important, and this goes hand in hand, is digitalization. Digitalization is something we will put at the core of our partnership. It will reach out to youth, and we are already designing, don't want to say too much, maybe a kind of a Digify program that will again reach out to youth in the digital domain and provide similar services as you now have access to under the agricultural program. So I think I'll stop here now, and I would like to thank once again KSAIC, our partners as well from Danida, and I would like to wish you all the best and much success today. Thank you very much, and over.
Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Hubert, for those encouraging words. So now we'll move to our next session, which will be our first round of pitching. But before we ask the participants, I just want to invite our judges to quickly introduce themselves so that we know who are our judges. And then now we move forward to calling our first participant to pitch. So to the judges, if we could kindly introduce ourselves now. Thank you. And it can take any order. Yes, thank you.
Ernest, if you can allow me to start. Good morning,
yes,
everyone. KCAC CEO, Dr. Edward, Dr. Hubert from the EU, staff from the KCAC and participants to this particular pitching process and AgriBiz program. My name is Rebecca Amohoye. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Micro Enterprises Support Program Trust, and I'm going to be your judge, one of your judges for today. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to a very exciting pitching process.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Ernest Chitechi, honorable guests, the hosts, and the participants. My name is Jane Maigwa. It's a delight to be here to be part of the team that is assessing the pitches that we will be listening in today. My name is Jane Maigwa. I'm a director with Exotic EPZ Limited. It's a processing and exporting company in the nuts and oils sector. I've been involved in the small enterprise development space for many years, and it's a big delight to participate in this Vijana and AgriBiz competition. We wish you all the best. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Then maybe we can have Patrick.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ernest. Guests, hosts, and participants. My name is Patrick Lumumba. I'm a Senior Capacity Development Officer at African Guarantee Fund. Our role is to enhance financing to SMEs in Africa by working through banks, providing guarantees and technical assistance or capacity development to banks and SMEs. So it's a pleasure, very good initiative, and wish you all the very best. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Patrick. So I think I just want to confirm that we have all our participants for the first session. So maybe when I call your name, you can just type in the chat yes. So Sarah kindly confirm. Sarah Onchungu, Mushiri, Crispus, Kahinga, Paul, Mukora, Kelvin, Mulama, and then Linda Kirera. Kindly let us know if you're ready in. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Crispus. Linda, thanks. Paul, yes, and Mulama, thank you. So now we'll now move to the pitching, and we have our first participant, Sarah.
My name is Sarah. I'm one of the founders of Boca Biofuel. I have been suffering from respiratory infections. This is because of smoke emitted when cooking using firewood and the charcoal as a source of fuel. 70% of rural women in Western Kenya are suffering from the same fate and eventually die of respiratory infections. This fuel emits smoke while we are cooking. To fix this, I am replacing firewood and charcoal with Boca Biofuel. This fuel has no smoke, smell, it is hotter than both firewood and charcoal. It is also much cheaper than fossil fuels, and it is a renewable fuel. Kisi community is rich in bananas and sugarcane. The waste from sugarcane and banana beans, when thrown in the landfill, it decomposes and emits greenhouse gases, polluting the environment. We generate more waste than we can consume. We process this waste to produce Boca Biofuel. We incorporate Boca Biofuel with locally available organic substance, which drives away mosquitoes while we are cooking. As a result, we have reduced malaria infections in Western Kenya. This fuel does not leave carbon footprint, and it saves forests, which are currently cut to make charcoal and firewood. This helps reduce the growth of global warming, and this helps to give income to 200 sugarcane farmers in Western Kenya. We project this number to grow to 200,000 farmers in the next 2 years. Our deal: we sell Boca Biofuel at 80 shillings for 1 liter for domestic and industrial applications. Our business market is in Kisi and Nyamira communities, where we are targeting more than 400,000 farmers or households. After we conquer Western Kenya, we will extend to the rest of Kenya and the entire East Africa. Our customer value proposition: we are going to make our customers happy by reducing the cost of the product by 60%. The most commonly used are firewood and the charcoal in Western Kenya, which are very expensive and the greatest emitters of carbon into the atmosphere. Our product: we are using a proven technology which involves pretreatment and hydrolysis of the waste. Then we do fermentation and distillation. Our primary product is ethanol, which is used for domestic and industrial applications. Ethanol can be used in many applications, but we are using it as a source of cooking fuel. And the byproduct after fermentation will be used as a biofertilizer. It is easy to lubricate the system. It is easy to scale up, and wherever there's waste, we can lubricate it. 1 liter of ethanol burns continuously up to 2 hours, and 1 liter of water will boil for within 5 minutes. Firewood and charcoal will boil 1 liter of water within 20 minutes, including the process of lighting it. Boca saves time and is efficient. Our customer discovery: since inception and in partnership with Kisi University, we have worked with 5,000 customers. We have found they need eco-friendly cooking fuel. Our financials: we have a market of 1.8 million households in Kisi and Nyamira communities, with a market share of 25%. With 400,000 customers, we will be able to make a profit of 26.3 million per year. Our dream and the team to attain a market valuation of 900 Kenyan shillings or 900 million Kenyan shillings by 2025 to change how Africa cooks by making every household use broker biofuel, to create 3,000 job opportunities. By 2025, 2 million tons of ethanol for industrial applications. The team is Janet Kemuma, one of the founders, finance director, Dr. Karen Nyamwange, director of sales and marketing, Engineer Jeremiah Mabiria, technical director, partnering with Kisi University, which facilitates our research and development of our products, and I, Salon Changu, CEO and one of the founders. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, for that. So I'll invite the judges if you have any question to the participants, to Sarah. So this is an opportunity, and we'll have 4 minutes for that. So I request Sarah and our judges if we could also have our cameras on.
Thank you, Ernest. If you can allow me to come first. This is Rebecca. Sorry, I'm unable to use my video because of some technicality, but allow me to thank Sarah for such an excellent presentation, but I'll need a few clarifications around the financials. I wish Sarah to confirm for us whether the 26 million plus per year is turnover or profit. So I'd like her to clarify those numbers. The other point is I'd like her to also mention to us how she will package the ethanol and ensure safety for utilization of that at household level, and how she will support the marketing of that commodity because it's going to be new in the market. And then also just to also share with us what mechanisms her and her team have put in place to ensure utilization of the remaining waste after generating the ethanol, and how that will be used for value at the household level, at farm level, or how that would be disposed. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I will start with the financials. It will be 26.3 million would be our turnover after 1 year. And also I will answer the second question about the packaging. Currently we are packaging like this. This is the kind of package we are doing. And because packaging is very expensive, what we are planning to do is to have like the way our kerosene is being sold in our gas stations. That's what we are planning to do. I mean, like the Boca ATM, where a customer will go and they buy the product according to his or her demand, according to the quantity they want. Also about the waste, before I go to the next question, there's also, as we are going to have the ATMs where our customers will be buying the product, they will come with their packaging materials, like the bottles for water, the way they buy the kerosene, that's how it is going to work. And we are going to do it in either outside the supermarkets or stores where they can access it easily. The third question is about the remaining. Like now, for us to start preparing or to start producing ethanol, we are using the remainings to make the charcoal briquettes so that it can assist us in making the products. And also the remaining, like now, if we are the remaining of from fermentation process, it is going to be used as biofertilizer. So it will be important for farmers also to get the fertilizer, which is going to help them. Instead of going to buy the fertilizers with a lot of chemicals, now they will get organic fertilizer for their own use.
Thank you, Sarah. Just one last point, if you can clarify the kind of stoves you're going to use to ensure safety at home, and then back to the other judges. Thank you.
Yeah, behind me, this is the kind of stove which we are going to use. And currently we have not made it the way it is supposed to be. Just what we have done is a prototype of the stove. It is going to be sealed in a way when you are cooking, after you have finished the cooking, you switch it off and make sure the kerosene is the ethanol fuel is well preserved so that air will not like it, because you know, but the ethanol, after air comes in, ethanol will evaporate and we will get a lot of waste. So there's a way we are going to put it so that it will not get into waste. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you. I think I'll give it a go now. That was an exciting presentation. Thank you for the great innovation that you have over there. I have just a few questions, clarification questions. I wanted to know how you're going to reach the customers. You've given us numbers of customers. How are you going to reach them? What's your strategy to reach customers? The second point is competition. Are you aware of the competitors that are there? Can you name maybe one big competitor that you have, and how are you going to ensure they stay, at bay, that you keep them at bay? The other question is, when do you see yourself break-evening or becoming profitable? When does a business become profitable? Which year, or do you have an idea about that? And then the last one is whether your team has had maybe sort of a startup experience, or you have run a business of some sort. You can clarify on that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We are our return of investment. Before I go that, I will start with how we are going to enter the market. We are going to do it through road shows, and also we are going to advert in our local radio stations, because in Western Kenya, especially in our small market, those who have been in Kisii, they have plenty of waste, and this waste, they are just on the landfill. They become a mess in the market. So what we are going to do, we will do road shows, especially in our local municipal markets. We will do the road shows there. Also, we go to our local radio stations, where we will meet our customers through advertising our product, and as a way of training them how they are going to put the waste. Organic will be in a different way, and the non-organic, so that for us to get that waste easy. Another thing on our competitor, we are aware of our competitor. For example, I have one. This is one of our competitors. Their product is very expensive. We compare ourselves with our competitors with the price, also the quality of the product they produce. So our competitor is it's Motosawa Fuel Gel. It's one of our competitors. When we compare ourselves with them, they are very expensive, and our product is cheap compared to them. Another question was about the annual turnover. We are going to get our turnover after 16 months, not the turnover, our return of investment, I'm sorry, after 16 months. Yeah. Also about the team, from the help of our local university, which is Kisii University, where we receive a lot of our mentorships. We also have experienced teams there who have been running startups. That's where we get and gain more on the startup experience. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Here, excellent presentation, Sarah. 3 questions. I think I want to ask, have you done a SWOT analysis? And I'm looking specifically, due to time, what are the weaknesses within your outfit, and what are the threats? Related to that, very closely related to that, are have you identified the risks that your business may face, and have you put in risk mitigation so that you address any potential risks? And risk can be either policy or legal, a lot of things. So that's one. Number 2, this initiative is all about impacts. Do you have a mechanism to record, report, and track on impact data within your outfit? Very important. And then related to what my fellow Judge Jane was asking, how will you ensure your product reach the market? And related to this is, do you have other partnerships apart from Kisii University? Are you seeing yourself partnering with other companies to ensure there's effective distributorship for your goods? Can you rely on other partners to distribute your goods? Have you thought about that? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I will start with the last question. We are open with partnership. Currently, we are a startup, and Kisi University is one of our partners, which facilitates our research and development of our product. We are also open for partners, for grants, for technical advice. We are open for that. Also, about the SWOT analysis, what we need is the knowledge of the product. So that's why we are open for partnership to assist in developing our product. Yeah. Another question, maybe you will repeat, because I've answered 2 of them.
Yeah, how are you going to monitor? I know the financials are quite okay in terms of monitoring, but how are you going to monitor the other soft indicators? Number of farmers reached, number of women, blah, 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 what impact you're creating within the society?
What we are going to do, we are going to do road shows, and our main people we are aiming is women, especially when you come in our rural setup in Kisi community. Women are the only ones who do cooking. And if you go to our local municipal markets, like the market I told you earlier, Keumbu, the only people who do it is many of them, 90% are women. So the only thing we are going to do is to make road shows and also advertise our product in our local radio station.
Thank you, Sarah. I know you're the first presenter, so it's a bit tough, but thank you so much. Yeah,
there's a question I wanted to answer, Madam Rebecca. She asked about the measures. The measures there's a chemical, there's something we put in that, in the product, because ethanol is alcohol. So many will be, if you employ, maybe you are employing people to work with you, they will take it as if they will take it as alcohol, and you ended up, instead of producing Boca biofuel, you are producing ethanol, which will affect the people in the community. We have something which we put on our product. So if somebody gets it, he will fear to take it, because if he takes it, he will vomit and finally maybe he will die or go to the hospital for medical advice. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Sarah, and thanks for the judges. So for all the participants, I think we can give Sarah a virtual clap. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for that. So then now we'll invite our next participant, Crispus Kahinga.
Farm input loans and insurance uptake in Kenya remains to be a tedious and very unattractive process, because in most cases, farmers don't keep records and they don't even own these pieces of land. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you iPhone, a real-time application that uses data derived from photos to document farmers, rate them, and provide this data to financial institutions, thus processing loans and insurance at a very fast rate. At iPhone, we believe that we can be able to harness data and photos to generate information that farmers can use to mitigate on risk, and at the same time, to be able to acquire loans in a very fast way. Therefore, as a company, we have embarked on a B2B approach type of business where we are able to use this information generated from photos to sell APIs to banks and financial institutions at 3.3% of each and every loan processed, so that we can process loans in a very fast and efficient way. Our beachhead market target is in Nakuru and Uasin Gishu County. In Uasin Gishu County, we estimate a farm loan value of 400 million, and in Nakuru County, we estimate a farm loan value of 200 million. In these two counties, we have 100,000 farmers in Nakuru and 200,000 farmers in Uasin Gishu County. Compared with our target of 63 million per year, we'll be able to achieve, we'll be able to conquer this market by acquiring 20,000 farmers per year in Nakuru, and in Uasin Gishu, acquiring 50,000 farmers per year. We pride ourselves as a company that uses data to service our clients. Therefore, we can be able to process loans from a matter of 2 weeks to a matter of a day or even hours. Also, we are going to have a ripple effect in the market, whereby by farmers being able to acquire these input loans, they will be able to improve the uptake of inputs from the agrovet. Also, the debt levels in these agrovets are going to reduce drastically. Other industries in the market can also tap into our data, such as research institutions, which can be able to lower the amount of time and costs used in research by almost half the value. The product that we have developed is an application that harnesses data from weather, location, time, chemicals used, as well as offering a crop scanning tool to farmers so that they can be able to produce crops in a better way and also be able to take good and quality photos. All that information is processed into APIs, which can be then sold to credit institutions, which can index farmers, thus generating a credible loan in form of a token, which farmers can go to the agrovet and process in terms of inputs. We believe that traction is a very important aspect of our business. Therefore, we engaged farmers in interviews, assessing whether they'll be assessing the risk factors that are involved in farming. We engaged 100 farmers, 4 farmer groups, 2 insurance managers, 4 circles, and 1 bank. And among the findings that we found was that farm input loans were difficult to obtain because of the risk levels that farmers faced, especially because of weather and lack of knowledge on chemical use, and also lack of knowledge on pest and disease management. With an average farmer taking a loan of 40,000 per year, and us charging a 3.3% commission on each and every loan process, we are going to get a revenue of 1,320 per customer. Deduct that against the cost of 100 shillings for hosting the farmer in our app, we're going to get a profit of 1,220. With a market value of 100,000 customers and a market share of 50%, we believe we can be able to attain a profit of 61 million per year. Our key financial drivers are the number of customers taking up the loans, the commissions that we are processing for a loan, and also customer retention on our app. Our founder's dream is to improve food security capacity through access to quality farm inputs and fast access to financing that is efficient. We also intend to create direct and indirect employment opportunities. Our founders are Christos Kahiga, who's the operations and R&D manager, Dennis Deramba, who's the CTO. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll invite our judges to file any questions or clarification from the participant.
Okay, thank you very much, Crispus, for the presentation and for your innovation. I have a few questions for you. One is how will the customer decide that they want to use your service, if I could call it a service, or your product? What pain are you solving for the farmers? The second one is how did you decide on the pricing? So you talked about a pricing of 3.3% chargeable on the service or on the product you're offering to the farmers. How did you come up with that pricing, and what should make the farmer want to take on that cost on top of the loan and the loan costs they are having? The last question is, how will those jobs be created? How many jobs are you looking at, and how will they be created? Especially the direct ones, it would be interesting to hear. Thank you very much.
Well, hello everyone, I hope you hear me.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, clearly. Yeah.
So on to the first question, how the customers will decide to use our product. So when we were looking at the loan market, we looked at the demand side and the supply side. And we saw that the supply side, we have banks which are ready to offer insurances, but on the demand side, we have farmers who are not ready because they are having other issues. Maybe they don't have records and many other things. So we thought of a good way of harnessing these records. And the first way was to use photos, because photos can generate proof of evidence. Now, for farmers to adopt photos, we thought to ourselves, what can we do to make them take photos? So we came up with an idea, let's use a crop scanning tool. So on our app, we have a crop scanning tool, because most farmers don't have information on use of chemicals, and even some of them don't even know how to detect pests and diseases. So we give them this tool so that they can scan a disease, they can scan a pest, and then the scanning tool is real time, yeah? It's real time, it's powered by AI. So it generates information right there, right on the go, so that the farmer can be able to know the pest and they can be able to know the disease. Having worked in an having worked as an IPM specialist in one of the leading biological companies in Kenya, I have an experience in chemical and biological controls of pests and diseases. So I partnered with Dennis, and we came up with an algorithm that can be able to connect that search result, that pest detection result, to the chemical that can be used, either biological or a chemical. So it creates a solution to the problem of knowledge. In terms of farmers don't have knowledge, so we are able to solve the knowledge gap. But that's just the simple way to attract people to the app. So we attract people to the app. So we are creating demand, yeah? So once they come to the app, we are able to generate now information. So as I have indicated on the product side, you are able now to take, once someone takes a photo, we see the location, we see the crop, and using our algorithms, we can be able to create an index that can be sent to the bank, and then the bank can connect with the APIs targeting the financial side, because for us, the financials is a third party. We don't handle the financials. The banks and the M-Pesa agents can handle the financials. So we connect those algorithms, and that's why they are called APIs. We connect the algorithms to the bank. And things like weather, when you take a photo, we have a service we have enrolled on satellite services. When you take a photo, when we capture the location, we can be able to tell the weather today, tomorrow. We can also capture things like rain, drought, such stuff. So on the risk side of the farmer, we are able to capture all information without having to have things like weather stations around, because we are using satellite. On to the pricing issue. We have looked at it, and we decided to work on a 3.3%, because on average, the cost of production per acre is 40,000. So on average, you have 3 seasons per year. So let's say a farmer just produces once in a year. So that would be 40,000. We felt that if you charge them 3.3%, that's not a lot of money compared to the risk that they can experience once they lose their crops, and maybe they don't have an insurance, or maybe they don't have enough financing. So 40,000, what you're doing is that, as I said earlier on, we are dividing the demand side and the supply side. On the supply side, we have advisors on board on our company from the banking sector. We are currently developing a system whereby we can be able to now finance the farmers. Yeah, we are like developing an algorithm, yeah, so that we can be able to finance the farmers. So the banks will be able to finance the farmers by checking on the algorithms. Yeah. So counter checking it with things like the financial statements in the bank, and also things like M-Pesa. For the pricing, as I said again, we don't believe it's very expensive. We believe it's very cheap, given that we can be able to insure the farmers, and we can be able to provide fast financing. How many jobs we are going to create? We believe by being a data company, first of all, we'll be able to hire more developers. At the same time, we'll be able to hire data scientists, because that's where we are looking into. I think in 2 months' time, we'll be able to launch our application. So we need people to service our architecture also. So we're looking at people in the engineering. And as we are developing, we are looking into having more and more data scientists. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's go with that.
Thank you so much, Kaiga and team. Very excellent innovation. Looking at the impact it's going to create in terms of access to financing for farmers, especially. A very disenfranchised group in as far as access to financing is concerned. So great innovation. And I think as you explain, you responded to a lot of my question. Again, emphasizing on your strategy for partnerships. It's very important that needs to come out clearly. Partnership with banks, because we're looking at financing for farmers. How can banks or financial institutions enable you guys to reach out to more and more farmers? So I think that needs to come out clearly for me. You've responded on the fact that the app is going to be launched in 2 months. I think that was the other question I had in terms of is the app complete? Has it been rolled out or is it live? But in terms of accessing the patent, when will that happen? And how far have you gone through the process? And then team, we've seen 2 people only. And for me, I wonder whether you're going to include agronomists, you're going to include sales and marketing people, because you're looking at a slightly higher number of primary targets. People. So to what extent is the team comprehensive in terms of providing the outfit with the needed expertise for rollout? Again, looking at what are the weaknesses and threats for your outfit, and whether you've put in the necessary risk mitigations. Thanks.
So thank you so much for your question. If I may start with the partnerships. So first of all, we are currently bringing people on board. That is on our team side. So what we've done is, first of all, we've engaged with people from the finance department. And what we are doing, we are putting a structure whereby before we get you into our team, we put you in our advisory role. So let's say we go and find someone and he's very experienced in finance and accounting, and also things to do with banking and loans and insurance. We put them in an advisory role. Then afterwards, we bring them on board. So they are just offering us advice, and then later on we bring them on board. If I may turn on the team side, we have one, Miss Millicent Mwangi. She's formerly a bank manager in Stanbic Bank. And then we also have a team of designer and marketing, which will be headed by Paul Njoroge. He's famously known for developing the logo for ERP. For the design and for the design side will handle the marketing, because we believe in improving our product every now and then. So we need to be having a situation whereby we are constantly improving. On the sales side, well, we can say currently we are relying on our own funding. As you can see, we are a team of 2. After the competition, we were planning to have a talk with some of our friends and family so that we can have more financing to carry us for 2 years, because we plan to break even at the end of 2 years. Because if we have maybe like 100,000 users by the end of 2 years, we have achieved a milestone in our project. And after 2 years, we can be able to now launch the financing side of that is the supply side of the business, because we are first of all tackling the demand side. The demand side is bringing people on board. Yeah. So after 2 years, we break even, and then now we bring on board the supply side. In between now and 2 years, we're also working on the supply side. That's why you can see our team is a bit lean, because we won't be engaging the banks directly right now. we want first of all to bring people on board so that we can have enough numbers. So once we have enough numbers, on the second year now, we are able to launch the product to banks. But in the meantime, what we are doing is that, as I'm saying, in 2 months' time, we'll be able to launch the product. We are giving ourselves a target of 6 months, whereby after 6 months, we are working with a first cluster of group within Uasin Gishu, and then we can be able to use it as a prototype for our service in 6 months' time. So in 6 months' time, once we roll out the prototype and it's working, we just work with people around us. And then after that, we fine tune it all the way to 2 years. And then now we launch it to banks and other financial institutions across the country. For the sales team, right now, we believe we don't need a very big sales team. All we need is to do social media marketing on farmers groups on WhatsApp and on Facebook, because we are members of farmers groups on Facebook and also on WhatsApp. So we believe that one will give us a mileage of about 100,000 farmers in 2 years' time. So we don't have a problem with that. About the weaknesses and threats, we believe we have a brilliant ideas. And among the many things that we are tackling, as I said, is the demand side. And on the app, there are a couple of things that I haven't touched on, because we also have a situation whereby if someone wants to be an advisor or maybe an agronomist, to put it clearly, you can enroll on our app. Yeah. So how are we going to make money out of that? We are going to connect agronomists to farmers, and then they can be paying us maybe, let's say, like 100 shillings. That's just little enough amount to sustain us for the 2 years, to keep us running and sustaining our services. On the weakness and threats, we have looked at the competitor side, and the best that I can mention is iShamba. But what they do is that you send a photo, and then they give you feedback information after some few hours. Ours is real time. So we believe we are able to compete very efficiently on that. And our biggest idea is not necessarily to solve just crop scanning issues and pest and diseases issues. Our main goal is to solve the finance side. So what we are doing is that we are coming to harness data. We are not ideally just to solve simple solutions like pest and disease scanning. No, we are here to solve this problem with data. So we bring people on board. So we believe there are not so many companies that are doing so. Yeah.
Yeah, Crispin, maybe we could be brief in the interest of time and the other participants.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Crispus. I think from my end, in the interest of time, you've responded to many issues. I have no additional information to queries to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And let's give a clap to Crispin. Okay, so thank you. So we can have the next participant. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Nyota, founder of Endobin, a self-harvesting BSF portable bin. Awarded at a cost of 6,500, we are offering a farmer with a self-harvesting BSF bin with a capacity of 5 kgs of waste daily, and it comes equipped with mature BSF. Our beachhead market is Githongori, where small-scale farmers are concentrated and a market size of 160 million. We will conquer this market and jump to Kiambu and Kenya market in the second year. What we are selling to our customers is a competitive advantage. Using the BSF Lava supplement, we will save up to 30% of animal feeds, so customers will prefer to buy our product. Other benefits include guaranteed quality animal feed with 45% protein and 25% fat, organic fertilizer for green farming, low operating costs, and finally it helps mitigating greenhouse and gas emissions, saving up to 4.5 tons of CO2 per year. Our product, with a capacity of 5 kgs of waste per day, Entobin has a waste reduction of up to 80% and bioconversion rate of up to 20%. The farmer can harvest an average of 600 and 800 grams of raw vats daily, valued at Kenya cedis 1,920 monthly on feeds only. The farmer can remove the residue from the bin once a month for composting. For our customer discovery, we used 3 key assumptions to come up with 3 interview questions. Our key questions were, tell me how you would work around animal feeds problem today, and what would be your ideal solution to eliminate this problem, and how much money will this help you save? And what we have found after 18 interviews is that new solutions are needed and cost of our product is acceptable. For our financials, the third year, we are considering our beachhead market. We have estimated a profit of 10.5 million, and our key drivers being cost of the product, price of the product, and number of customers. Finally, I would like to introduce the team that made this possible. We have Anthony Chege in charge of sales, this way they're in charge of numbers, and myself, who will focus more on research and development. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll invite the judges for any questions or clarifications. Questions or clarification to the participant from our judges?
Let me start. Okay, that was a pretty quick presentation, pretty quick. I wanted to understand who the customers are actually. I didn't get a good profile of who the customers are, but also want to appreciate the numbers. What are the assumptions around the numbers, the projections? Those are my 2 quick questions. I think I'll come back with later once I process the presentation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I will start with our customers. This is black soldier fly harvesting bin, which will be used by mostly the poultry farmers, fish farmers, and pig farmers as a source of protein for supplementing their animal feed. Our customers, we are targeting we will target the dairy farmers who are also the poultry farmers and the fish farmers and the pig farmers from Githunguri. And our entry is the Githunguri, we will partner with Githunguri Dairy Cooperative Society, where they have a circle. They have customer, they have 20,000 customers apparently, and we will be able to reach to those 20,000 customers, and our beachhead market being 25%. That's why we came up with selling at least 5,000 units per year. Yeah.
Solomon, if you can allow me, thank you so much for your presentation, and good to meet you again. I just want to understand whether you did a bit of a rapid study on the acceptability of your technology. Do you have an idea of how acceptable your technology would be? Because then that would influence uptake of the technology. And who are the other players in that particular sector in terms of improving the quality of feeds using that particular technology? Thank you.
Okay, apparently BSF farming in Kenya is done in large scale. We have like Jaikwad, we have Zuani Poultry. They are doing it in large scale. In Kenya, no one has tried to do BSF in a tiny space, which we are doing. we have done the two pilots, and they are working. We have seen the pilot producing up to 800 grams per day of the rubber. According to our market, people will be able to adopt our product. Like the last 1 week, through the tweets which KCSE posted, I received 3 customers who were interested in the product. So that was encouraging and gave us hope that this product will be highly considered in the market.
Okay, maybe you can ask mine. Thank you, Paul, for that presentation and also the additional questions, some of which I would have asked. Maybe you can let us know how ready your product is for sales. How do you plan to set up production operations? How ready are you for that? And you can also talk a little bit about your experience, entrepreneurship experience, whether you have any startup experience or whether you run business or some of your team have done that. Thank you.
Okay, right now what we have in the picture is the prototype made of the cardboard, and the lead bean will be made of bioplastic. And currently we are working with Haofeng Plastic Molding Company in China, who will be making our molding machine at a cost of 1 million. We have drawn the sketch, and very soon they'll be sending us a 3D picture of the proposed bean. In terms of skills, let's say in my team we have Anthony Chege, who will be in charge of sales. He has experience in sales, and when it comes to me, I have at least an idea on entrepreneurial skills. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe in addition to how you foresee yourself starting up, thank you for explaining that you're already discussing with a company in China. They have given you a quote. And you're hoping, of course, to raise some finances, perhaps maybe even through this AgriBiz. Is there another source of financing you're looking at, apart from potentially this grant? What is your sources of finance?
Okay. What we are looking at, in order maybe for our plan to work at a full capacity, we are projecting to raise about 4 million. And our main source of fund maybe is a partnership. We are open for partnership, and we are also trying to apply for other competitions like this, like Pegea, which we did last week. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just last 2 questions. I think these are very good initiative, very good innovation. What are the projections in terms of job creation, and then being a very interesting solution in terms of waste management? Have you done any projections on how it's going to positively impact on climate? So those will be very interesting figures. Thanks.
Yeah, on climate change, one entobin, which has a capacity to take up to 5 kgs per day of waste. Using the bioprint carbon calculator, you find that 1 kg of waste will produce up to 2.5 kgs of carbon. So operating one entobin per year will save up to 4.5 tons of carbon. What was the other question?
On job creation.
Okay, in terms of job creation, it is direct and indirect. Direct, when we set up our plant, we'll be able to hire a good number of youth who will be in charge of manufacturing and sales and all that. in terms of direct employment, with this gadget which can save up to 30% on animal feed, it will draw more youth into animal farming, which will increase which will cut their cost of production and increase on profit. Like the recent study, we found that earlier this month on February, the government hiked the prices of animal feed by 30%, which had a big impact on farmers. Since if you look like things like eggs, they don't change the price. The price goes low. We have people importing eggs from countries like Uganda, but in Kenya you find that farmers in Kenya are being forced to move out of agriculture. But with innovation like this, you have farmers have something in their pocket, and that will increase on employment indirectly.
Thanks.
Paul, farmers are very wide in terms of their scope and numbers and locations. Have you spent some time to decide where you're going to start in terms of segmenting the farmers themselves?
Yes, we are starting here at Githunguri, and we work with Githunguri Dairy Cooperative Farmers. Since it's a collection of farmers who me being one of the farmers and having the dairy, having the chicken and the pigs, that would be a good entry point to be able to interact with the 20,000 farmers. If the good dairy farmers, monthly they have this training which they offer to their farmers, and we are negotiating on how we can be able to be exhibiting on those trainings so that our farmers can be able to see our technology. Also, we are working on the pricing, on the purchasing, where a farmer can pay 3,500 and the rest 3,000 can be cut from their milk supply. From there, we have identified over 16 dairy cooperatives in Githunguri County, which after this, Githunguri, our beachhead market, will be able to use the same model in Kiambu County. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you. If there are no more questions, then we can invite our next participant, that is Kelvin Mulama.
Hi everyone, my name is Kelvin Willie Mulama, and I would like to introduce you to Mkulima na website, where I believe that every farmer can have an online farm. Despite the fact that there's a rising global demand for organic foods, farmers who practice organic farming in Kenya lack digital visibility, denying them access to this estimated global market size of US $220 billion. In addition to this, it is very expensive for farmers to set their own personal e-commerce websites, forcing many to rely on middlemen who manipulate prices and reduce their profitability by over 100%. But today, I have a solution. Mkulima na website, which is a pay-as-you-sell website financing models that enables farmers in Kenya to own their personal e-commerce websites, enabling them to make direct sales to consumer without having to rely on a middleman. Mkulima na website targets a beachhead market of 20,000 organic farmers in Kiambu and Kirinyaga County, since they're easily accessible, as we continue to scale to reach more than 200,000 farmers in the whole country. Our customer value proposition compared to the middlemen is that we have made our product very much affordable for farmers using the pay-as-you-sell model. We also promise to increase farmers' product profitability between 15% and 50%. This is because of a streamlined and transparent selling process that saves them over 100% of their returns and also reduces post-harvest losses. Now I would like to show you how our product works. When a farmer wants to get a website, they will request a website through our site. Then we'll schedule an interview so that we can create a uniquely tailored website towards the farmer's needs. All of these websites are then hosted together to a common host called Sokoyote, which acts as a product search engine and a marketplace that is blockchain enabled. Customers will visit Sokoyote so that they can be able to purchase products and select the nearest collection point. Once the purchase has been made, the farmer is notified by SMS and also through their websites, and they're able to deliver these products to the nearest selected collection point. Customers will be able to visit the collection point and therefore pick the product and to confirm the payment. Once the payment is made, we deduct a pay-as-you-sell deduction fee to cover the cost of developing the website. And also our vendors get a chance to earn an income by retaining 10% of the total sales, while the entire remaining amount goes back to the farmer's wallet. For our customer discovery, to better understand our customers, we have come up with a prototype, and we are planning to visit organized farming groups to test and get feedback from the first 100 organic farmers in Kiambu County. Our key assumption being that farmers can now afford personal e-commerce website using our pay-as-you-sell financing model. For our financials, we are targeting to make a profit of 19 million shillings from our beachhead market share of 10% out of the 200,000 market size. We charge 5,000 Kenya shillings for website development and a monthly fee of 1,000 shillings to each and every farmer. Our key drivers being the pay-as-you-sell website financing model, and also the rising demand for organic products among health-conscious consumers and the rising need of big data in alternative credit scoring. I have an amazing team to help me accomplish and realize Mkulima na website. Me, Kelvin Winnie Mulama, the Chief Executive Officer, and also a fellow of the Leaders in Innovation Fellowship, UK. And Isaac Opio, who is the Chief Operation Officer, and also an alumni of the Young African Leadership Initiative by President Barack Obama. And our dream is to ensure that we empower each and every farmer in Kenya with a personal e-commerce website so that they can be able to increase the profitability of their farming activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll invite our judges for any questions and clarifications.
Okay, maybe I'll go first. Thank you, Ms. Willie Kelvin, Mkulima na website, for that very exciting presentation on introducing websites and making the farmers more digital. That's going to be very interesting. And I see the problem you're addressing here, it sounds to me, is the middleman, removing the middleman and getting the farmer to access the consumers or the customers directly. There seems to be two levels of customers. So your customer is the Mkulima, the farmer, but then the farmer will need to have their customer. For your product to sell, the farmer would be thinking of their customer. And I see in this case, it might be, who is a customer for the farmer? Because that is what is going to sell your website. Does the farmer understand their customer, their consumer? How is the website going to, or your service going to help the farmer be able to move products? Because as much as the middlemen have the exploitation that they do, but there are also other aspects and benefits they bring to the farmer in terms of accessing the market, say the logistics of getting the product to the market, the volumes, accumulating the volumes for the consumers. Supposing there were wholesalers that needed the product from the farmer. So have you figured it out how the farmer will be able to or whether it's even possible for the farmer to understand their consumer?
Yes, please. Thank you for the question. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So just to target the problem of removing middlemen using our website. But after we introduce the website, we're able to empower the farmer with their own personal e-commerce website, whereby they can also do self-marketing to their personal maybe platform like social platform and any other platform that they have been currently selling. But now when it comes to other benefits that the middlemen provide, what we are offering to ensure that we also provide the same benefits is that our solution, we are building it, we are putting all the websites on a blockchain, whereby we also have community aggregators Now this collection point, let's say the vendors who are acting as collection points, they're able to act also as community aggregators, whereby now when we have farmers who are really having a large amount of produce, and a logistic partner can connect towards a blockchain, then they can be able to see the amount of aggregation, produce aggregation based on the sales that have been made through the website or through the Sokoyote common host. Then they can be able to pick the products from the farmer at an agreed price. But now the farmer has the ability to control the pricing from their end because they're the one who are doing negotiations with the customers through the website. But now once the logistical partner comes in, they agree, and now they can be able to pick the produce, then they can be able to take them to the customers who has bought in bulk. Let's say if the farmer is in Kirinyaga and the customer is buying from Nairobi, then that solves the issue of aggregation by allowing community aggregators to be part of our system in form of vendors, and also logistic partners coming up to connect to a blockchain so that they can be able to directly agree on delivery prices with the farmer. Then our platform will always confirm transaction to prove that the product reached, and now the farmer gets the fee, and the vendors or the community aggregators retain their storage fees. And if we have any other aggregator in town, let's say Nairobi, they also retain a percentage as a storage fee. Then the customer will come pick their products from there.
Okay, and maybe a follow-up question to the same. Once the farmer is connected to the customer through the website, and they're the logistics, the aggregators from the community who are helping in terms of aggregating and delivering, I believe delivering the product to the customer, is that so? What is going to make the farmers stick to your website? Because now, supposing them and the aggregators are now connected to the market, so their eyes are now open. What keeps them coming back to your website? What value are you proposing?
Actually, that's why on a business model, the development fee is just part of establishing the infrastructure. But now, when it comes to hosting the website to keep them in contact, and also assessing more buyers, we charge a monthly hosting fee of cash 1,000 bob. That's hosting and also access to analyzed market information. So basically, farmers now will be able to also use the website to assess those analyzed market information and also access more customers and their current customers. So if they don't pay for that service, it means that now they are disconnected from the main platform that is giving them the information and establishing the connection with the customers. And they actually don't feel any pain of that cost because it is just deducted from the sales they make. That's why we are calling it as pay as you sell. We just measure the number of sales we need to deduct the 1,000 bob. Then the farmers will see so that we have transparency. Once they agree on that, they just continue using our platforms, and they won't really feel that cost, but it will be of high value to them. Yeah.
Kelvin, my last question before maybe the other judges, and maybe you can keep your responses brief. The question is around the customers still. It seems the farmers will have to move to, or rather you're targeting farmers with technology. And a lot of our farmers are not literate, the ones that probably would need, who are taken advantage of by the middlemen. So have you given some thought around that in terms of who is really your farmer that is going to use the website?
So I've had a thought on that as well. And as you're planning to have a first market research with a first prototype in Kiambu, what we'll do is that for the farmers who may not be able to have a smartphone, we shall still build an e-commerce website for them, but it will be linked to a USSD, whereby they can access notification via SMS and also see the orders from the customers via USSD and be able to deliver to the nearest agri collection point. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kelvin, for that excellent presentation. My question goes to the any partnerships you have created around food safety, because you have rightly mentioned that you will be hosting organic products on your platform. So what surety is there for the other customers to ascertain that the quality that is being sold through your platform is actually safe and it's actually organic? And also kindly expound on the second level customers, because it's very clear on how the platform is going to serve the farmers and the aggregators, but I'm still struggling to understand on how the end user will be able to procure, or rather to make orders on this platform. What strategy are you going to use to make sure that this platform can also host the consumers of the organic products? Thank you.
Yeah, so just to address the issue of safety, that's why when I was designing the solution, I thought of blockchain technology, which has built trust and transparency. So how it works, we've not yet gotten into partnership with any safety, any organization that will be verifying us the safety of the product. But during development is something that we considered, whereby when you are doing interviews with the farmers, we also invite other participants who check on safety to see the methods of farming that the farmers are using, the type of organic inputs, maybe also how they are going to harvest their products, and also the packaging. Then that's when now we develop a website whereby now a customer can be able to transparently view that information. I think that one answers for that. Then number two, for the consumer side, when we say of Sokoyote, and I say that it's a product search engine and a marketplace. Basically, the way you visit Google and you search for kales. So in this sense, when you search for kales, it gives you farmers who are near you, then the website of those farmers. Then when you click on that website, you're able to see the type of method farming they're using, the input they've used, the packaging material, and the nearest collection point. Then you can purchase. Then after you go to the collection point, the payment shall be confirmed. And now that's how we are addressing accessibility now from the consumer side. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, a quick one from my end, and thanks for the solution. Very innovative and addressing aspects of costs and harassment by middlemen. So very, very important innovation. Quickly looking at who are your competitors? I think I've come across a lot of mobile-driven aggregation, access to market information. Who are your competitors, and what's your competitive edge? And then how far is the app in terms of completion and patenting? Thanks so much.
So in terms of our competition, we're looking at platforms who are creating high value to the farmers, such as Trigger Foods. And when you look at their competitive advantage, is basically logistics. And now what we've done differently from Trigger Foods is that now, from the area that we're testing our solution, with the fact that we've not raised any huge funding, we are using community vendors as our partners to be as collection points, whereby now we link customers with the nearest collection point. That's a vendor whom they actually normally pay, or where they normally visit to pay their purchases on a daily basis. Now the value proposition to cover in the logistic issue is that vendors who partner with us are getting a chance to increase their income by retaining 10% of the produce that are delivered at the point of sale. Now that gives us the same advantage to reach our customers, the same as Trigger Foods, but now with a higher value to the farmer, because they can be able to control the pricing as compared to when they use trigger foods. Then number two, in terms of where the product has reached, for the payment model, we are actually on the prototype, and also for the websites, we have also started building a prototype for single and multiple crop website templates. We've started building the templates as part of our prototypes. Then we have also got support of around our first request support from Kenya National Innovation Agency, whereby we shall be getting 360,000 Kenya shillings to develop the as part of money that is being used to develop the payment system, which will be integrated with the templates, so that we can be able to start our operations very soon. Yeah.
Okay. Lastly, probably I didn't get it, but have you ever considered charging also the consumer, apart from the farmer making payments? Is there sort of like a commission that a consumer is going to pay because you've brought affordability and accessibility also to the consumer? So is there a small fee that can also enable the farmer to get discounted rather than charge the farmer high? Can some of the costs be transferred to the consumer because you're bringing all the players onto the market?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, we can factor on our cost structure. Is something actually we can consider, whereby we can factor it in terms of transaction fees, whereby it will help cover the cloud storage fees, the cloud storage costs, so that now the farmer can get a little deduction on cloud storage, and the customer can get the value of getting high quality products from the farmer. Yeah, it's a good actually insight. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, judges, and a round of applause to our participant. So then we move to our last participant for this session, Linda.
Hello everyone, welcome to my tech pitch. My name is Linda Kadambi, founder Smart Villages Kenya. Land is the most immediate and secure means of livelihood for the rural households. Due to rural poverty and an economical subdivision of agricultural land, most of small-scale farmers are giving up on agriculture because they're not able to meet the input costs compared to the returns that they get. Additionally, it's even worse for those smallholder farmers who are within the rural urban fringes, where they have to compete with the urban land uses, and most of them are even forced to completely give up on agriculture and sell their land. Our business model targets to integrate community efforts within the information technology so as to help realize economies of scale and also facilitate an environment where different policies can work together. Having identified a territorial region where a smart village model is viable, our deal is to facilitate virtual land consolidation, where these smallholder farmers are to come together and farm together so that they're able to realize economies of scale in agricultural production. We do this by forming a cooperative society, and these smallholder farmers are going to be shareholders of this society, and the smallest land unit is going to be the basis for calculation of the shares, such that if a quarter acre is 1 share, then an acre is going to be 4 shares. And our profit is going to be 25% of the total unit income. Our market is Kimunyo sublocation, which is located in the rural urban fringes of Nairobi Metropolitan in Kiambu County, where we target about 600 smallholder farmers. And also we target to expand to the larger Kenya once we are fully founded. By facilitating virtual land consolidation, we aim to integrate community efforts with a practical farming model so as to give our customers the benefits of realizing economies of scale in agricultural production, social inclusion, and also innovations when it comes to accessibility to quality services and information, and also to promote sustainable agricultural land management as to realize socioeconomic and also ecological well-being, to promote these farmers be able to access affordable housing and also secure land tenure. Our service is not one-off, and we plan to always start with an in-depth research so as to be able to understand the needs and potentials of our customers. And together we form a cooperative society and become shareholders where virtual land consolidation can take place. And we also develop a farming model so as to help these farmers realize sustainability and resilience within their communities. And we also, in the process, we will be developing a village management system that will be based on the information technology. We carried out 80 household questionnaires that were administered face-to-face, and 3 focus group discussions, and also 6 key informants during our customer discovery, where we made the assumptions that land subdivision and negative impact on agricultural production, and that the residents would also be willing to live in nutrient settlements. And for sure, 5% of them felt their farmland sizes are reduced due to subdivision and construction of structures, and this and even affected their income levels, which are on the decline. And 77% of them were willing to live in nutrient settlements and stop land subdivision and completely dedicate their land for farming. With a market share of 40%, that is about 240 customers out of the 600 within our niche market. We target to make a profit of 60 million per year, where the key drivers are going to be the live customer, the market reliability, and also the operating profit margin. These are the founders. I'm a geospatial engineer and also a master's student in urban and regional planning and a sustainability leader. Dr. Frida Mogo, who is an agricultural research expert, Professor Karanja, who is a planner and a policy analyst, and together we dream to be a leading rural social enterprise that promotes the development of a smart village in Kimunyu sublocation by year 2025, and to promote the achievement of SDG 1 and 11 by year 2030. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So to our judges for any questions and clarifications.
Thank you, Linda, Smart Villages Kenya, for a very insightful presentation. And definitely we're facing a challenge in terms of land subdivision and construction. But I really wanted to understand what is the pain that you're trying to solve? What is it you're selling, therefore? As you tell us what is the pain you're solving for your customer, I want you to come out much more clear. Who is your customer and what pain are you solving and how will you make the money? Okay, very brief, yeah.
Yeah, you can hear me? Hello? Okay.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, we can hear you.
Thank
yeah.
you. Yes. Thank you so much. Okay, so for the pain, the customer, of course, it's the smallholder farmers. And also, because our enterprise focuses on a particular geographical location, so we are also targeting the smallholder farmers and generally their households in general. And the pain we are trying to solve is that you find that these farmers, smallholder farmers, they're not able to invest in agricultural production, mostly because, especially these who are in the rural urban fringes, mostly because they are subdividing their land and developers are coming in and putting in real estates while this is completely fertile agricultural land. These farmers are not able to compete with these land uses, and their land sizes their farm land sizes have become so small such that when you compare to the input they have to put in for agricultural production and the returns they are getting, they are completely discouraged. So this is the pain we are trying to solve by bringing in their efforts through virtual land consolidation, so that we can help realize increased production with reduced cost of input. So how we are going to make our money is that once we have identified a geographical location where farmers are willing to have this model implemented within their location, we together with them then we form an agricultural cooperative society where they join in, and of course we are going to partner with other entities within agriculture, including those who are in crop insurance, and also those who produce the agricultural inputs, the marketing, so that now we are going to facilitate these farmers to make sure that they get quality inputs, and also when it comes to marketing, that markets are at least assured for them, because currently also they're being faced with the pain of marketing their produce. There are no reliable markets, not to mention even the middlemen who take advantage of them. So we come in and create this environment where these farmers will join. And how we make our money is that once these farmers have done their farming and we have sold the crop, then we target that we make 25% of the income we make, cumulative income from all the farmers we have. Then that's how we are going to make our money from there. After we have the farmers have gotten their income, then we have gotten out the operations, the company operations, expenses, and also when it comes to the inputs, then now the profit, we target to make about 25% profit from the total unit income that we make. And these smallholder farmers, they are not going to be limited in the kind of farming they are going to do, but obviously we have agricultural research experts within our team, and we are going to be able to advise them depending on the nature of their land, then what is the best crop, or even a type of production to do. It could even be poultry or even dairy farming. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Okay, the other question is still around the customer, who is now, I have understood, is the farmer. We need to be a little bit convinced that their problem is the small land size. I think you have said the problem at a second level, where it is that they are not finding markets for they're facing challenges in farming. So their main problem is that they don't have money. So when an investor comes and wants to buy the land at a good value and they can get the money, then they choose that over the very poor returns in agriculture. So I think as you talked on, I got a bit of clarity that you're looking at solving also that other challenge of access to market and being competitive. So my last question, I have several, but I'll just leave others, maybe for others to ask. My question would be the socio-cultural attitudes of land ownership. How are you going to deal with that in terms of the whole idea of consolidation, and having shares, and now you're introducing yourselves as shareholders in the consolidated virtual consolidation. How do you deal with that?
Yes, I totally do understand, how especially Africans, the attachment we have to our land, and the virtual land consolidation, it's not going to deprive the farmers' rights to their land. Actually, it's because I've during the research, you also encountered other problems like they are subdividing for inheritance, and their children who are selling out the land, they're not responsible enough, and then the family ends up even having no land holding at all. So actually, this virtual land consolidation, it's not meant to deprive them of their right to land, and that is something some of them have understood and will continue even to create awareness around it. Because how we do it is that on the ground, they still have their piece of land. It's not really being consolidated when it comes to the legality aspect of it. But with our technology, the geospatial technology, we get to get the boundaries, the boundary points for their pieces of land. And now in our system, that's where we have consolidated the land, and now this makes it more effective now when it comes to planning of the farming of the agricultural production. But essentially, even if a given household wants to pull out, we will be able to go back again and set out their coordinates for them and be able to tell them this is your land, and again they will still have the documentation. So this is how we plan to mitigate this, and to let them know that the virtual consolidation of land, it's not depriving them of their rights to land. And we also hope that this one also is going to increase, the land tenure when it comes to holdings of land, especially in the rural areas where the cadastral system it's not fixed. So we hope to help out that, even with the government and all. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda, for that excellent presentation. I really understand the concept, but building up on what Jen has said, in Kenya, generally, I know you've talked of Africa, but Kenya land is a very, very emotive issue. And in most cases, farmers are unlikely to understand that it's really virtual amalgamation and not taking away their land. And also the strength in virtual consolidation, it also takes away the burden of the real farming from the households to experts. However, for this, you're talking about having the households to work on the land. So I'm struggling to understand what the value add would be, because in countries where virtual land consolidation has happened, it's a complete value chain whereby those involved in consolidation already know what commodities they want to produce on the land, and they already have the market, and they can easily calculate and agree with the landowners how much money they'll earn per season, how much money they're going to pay, the investors are going to pay to those owners of the land per season. For this, it looks like the service is more on land consolidation without having had a very critical thought around the production system and where the commodity will go. So would you just explain a little bit more on where the value add is other than land consolidation, because that is clear. It will increase economies of scale. It will bring on board mechanization. It will solve the aging farming households if they are not the ones to work directly on the farm. Just a little bit more discussions around the value add, because it's a bit difficult to get. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. So yes, the idea, of course, it's to bring in the mechanization and all the technologies we can think of when it comes to agricultural production, and the expertise that can be utilized, for increased production. So the idea here is because we want to encourage local community action for these farmers. So we facilitate them to form this as society and then join as shareholders. So a farmer would choose, so when they join in as shareholders, they're already guaranteed an income depending on that fixed shareholding they have. And they can also choose to work within the farms, and they can still earn salaries and wages, or they can completely choose to work, to invest in other livelihood activities. And this way, they get even to helping creating jobs for other people who can now come in together with the agricultural experts. They can work in those farms, and they are also now guaranteed a source of livelihood income. So so the idea is to bring in the expertise, and the farmers are guaranteed an income from those who join in with their certain fragmented pieces of land. They are guaranteed, depending on the shares they have, they're guaranteed an income. And if they choose to work, they're also guaranteed, or they can also be empowered enough to invest in other livelihood activities and create jobs for other residents within that geographical location who don't have any other source of livelihood or who don't even own land. Because also you find that there are other people who have land they're not utilizing, but they're in the cities. So for them, they can join in and they're guaranteed, income and still create jobs for other people who are back home and they don't have a means of income. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda, for a great presentation. I won't belabor the point on the socio-economic value of land and, of course, the emotive aspect of it, especially in Kenya. How far is the app in terms of conclusion or rollout? What is the process so far in terms of patenting it?
Ours, it's not an application really, because for us, our biggest weakness, has been having the financial aid to start off. So ours, it's not an app. For us, when I spoke about the variant management system, this is something we are going to create, as farmers come on board, as we start farming. So this is something that this is data we are going to build up on based on the geographic information system and GIS, and when we talk of remote sensing, so that we are sort of developing a database, for this village when it comes to production, even the services and everything, the markets, so that you're even able to monitor where they have come, what they have experienced, and this sort of database is going now to help us even make better decisions in the future. So this is, it's not an application, but it's based on the geospatial technologies, specifically geographic information system.
So there'll be no aspects of monitoring productivity of the individual farms. There'll be no aspects of projecting on harvest, post-harvest, financials. How will you be able to track conveniently that farmer A or this consolidation owes us this much money as a smart village, as it were? How will that kind of monitoring be integrated, or will it be manual?
No, it's not going to be manual. This technology, the GIS, it's based on digitalization of the information, such that when this farmer joins in and we know they have an acre, we have captured that acre digitally, such that even if it's maize, now we are going to have the spatial and the attribute information part of it. When I mean of spatial, this is information that is related to the location. We know this is the land, it belongs to this farmer. This is what they have planted. This is what we have invested, the inputs, and this is the projected output. And even if it doesn't, tally with the projections, and we have been able to know now exactly this is what 1 acre of land, this is the amount of maize, that we managed to produce, and this is the amount of money that has been made. That kind of information, we are going to be progressively capturing it. And even as we go on now, we will be able even to make more intelligent decisions, when it comes to planting and the inputs, and also the marketing and the management of finances.
Okay, thanks.
So thank you. And thanks everyone for listening into the first round of our pitches. So we'll take a short health break for about 10 minutes. Our participants don't log out, and for our judges, I think our background team will take you to a breakout room for quick deliberation. So let's all be back at 12:30 for the round 2 of pitching. let's grab a cup of coffee, tea, water, juice, and let's come back by 12:30. Thank you. So now, welcome back to our second session of judging. I hope we all have had maybe a cup of tea, some coffee, and now we are re-energized. And now to our participants for the next session. Before we call you out, I just want you to confirm you're in. Maybe just type in the chat that you're present. That's Anthony, Boniface, Chris, Douglas, and Hazel. Okay, I think, yes, we have all our participants in the house. And I think now we can begin with the first presenter, Anthony Ndiritu.
I am Anthony Kiranga Nderito, founder of Colmin Hatchery, a company that sells solar-powered digital egg incubators to solve the problem of food security and employment among rural area farmers, marginalized community, and youth and women. I grew up in rural Kenya, where I witnessed as we practice poultry farming the traditional way. This traditional method is not only inefficient, but occasions slow reproduction rates. To solve this, on entering campus, as my final year project, I came up with a smart digital egg incubator that incorporates IoT to reduce post-hatching losses. The project has since been sponsored and incubated by the AgriBiz Invest Africa, by the Nairobi Incubation Lab, and by the Close the Gap Mombasa. It is now a company. Our solution offers a source of employment and income to the farmers. For example, the 96 egg incubator, they pay a deposit of 50,000 and a daily rate of on that which we collect monthly as 3,900. A batch takes 21 days to hatch, and therefore from one batch selling a chick at 100 bob, the farmer is able to get 80,600. And giving us the 3,900, they mean the profit of 4,700. The coastal region is highly endowed with sunlight and also accounts for 7.3% of the 31 million poultry population in Kenya. Specifically, Kilifi accounts for 6% of the total poultry population in Mombasa. The poultry farmers in this region mostly are not connected to the grid and also practice farming as the source of income, which are ideal characteristics that make Kilifi our beachhead market. Colmin Hatchery offers high efficiency, high reproduction rates, and also helps us on cost. The traditional method of poultry farming, a hen can only sit on 12 eggs, which only 7 can hatch, which is only an 80% efficiency. Our solar egg incubator offers a 90% efficiency, has an IoT, a smart IoT technology, and also hatches in bulk. Comparing it with the electrical incubator, we use a 300 watts, which over 24 period offers 7 units of electrical energy, compared to the electrical, which on the same period offers 2.4. Converting this in terms of energy cost, our egg incubator over a 24-hour period will offer a farmer saving of 70% of the total cost. We also teach the farmer on how to use eggshells, a byproduct of the incubators, to add to their soil as fertilizer. We also incorporate smart IoT technology on our incubators, which enables the incubators to reduce post-hatching losses. We have made our incubators such that they are robust and immune to weather changes. It has been made possible by our solar panels. We use 300-watt solar panels. We also use a special gel battery, which has a deep cycle, enabling it to go up to 3 days without sunlight. We also use an antenna to enable proper communication with farmers, even in areas with low network coverage. In our customer discovery, we interviewed 25 clients who are able to guide us on product development. Initially, we had a wooden incubator. We were able to know the storage condition would make the wooden incubator prone to termites, and that's how we landed on the plastic incubators. For the pilot phase, we targeted 5 customers. We have already installed one which has The one incubator installed has helped us to prove right our two main assumptions, that the pay-as-you-go software is affordable and that the customer prefers a long-term relationship with the company. By targeting 40% of 700 poultry farms we identified in Kilifi and driven by robust marketing and quality product, we aim to make an annual profit of 8.4 million. By the year 2024, we aim at achieving a 3 million valuation. We also aim at providing 10,000 farmers with a form of employment, also youth and marginalized communities. We also are planning to boost food security, which is one of the agenda of our government. For the team, I'm Anthony Kiranga, founder of CEO, I'm electrical engineer and head of the technicalities. For the operations manager is David Kilonzo, who has practically practiced poultry farming. For the numbers, we have main engineer, a certified public accountant with the chief financial officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Then to our judges for questions and clarifications.
Very good presentation. Main hatchery. My main question will be on competition. What are your competitors, and what is your current competitive edge in comparison to some of your competitors? My understanding again is that the product is complete. Is it patented? I think that will be interesting for me. So let's begin with those ones. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. I'll start with the first question on our competitors. Our competitors on the we have divided the competition into two main ways on as companies, and also because we have entered the market, we have those who have not yet formally incorporated as companies, but they are still competition. So in the company side, we have NeoChicks. NeoChicks is selling in incubators, but for them, the incubators do not come with a solar panel, and also they are not incorporating the IoT. We have other ones doing it at a low level, and for this also I'll bring the incubator without the technology. And for us, what we are mainly we are also engaging the farmers in training, because to be able to penetrate the market, we have our team has a background in for me, I have practiced poultry farming, and also my teammate has practiced, but we also engage in strategic partnership with a company, which a solar company, which although does not have a solar package, it has engaged with the farmers with the irrigation package. So with this, we are able to capitalize on these farmers who are already from the company, and by training the farmers on how to use eggshells as a byproduct of the incubators as fertilizer, we are at a competitive edge, and also for the technology, it is patent pending, the IoT technology.
So is the package complete, or are there any pending extra developments, or it's a complete package now?
For now, the 96 egg is complete, but for the 96 egg is complete. It is targeting the small scale, but we also, as we go on, we also want bigger incubators. As you know, with solar power, with bigger incubators, you need bigger system, and so it comes with cost. So the part that we have not for the bigger ones, we are still on development stage, but for the 96 package for the small farmers is complete.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you a lot.
Thank you, Anthony, for that good presentation. Yes, indeed, poultry is an emerging value chain, and especially indigenous chicken that has a very good demand within this country. So that's quite an innovative idea. And given that power blackouts are really a big challenge to smallholder farmers in our rural areas. Now, the biggest challenge in the poultry value chain, other than the technology that we are promoting, is the quality of fertilized eggs, and also the market of the organization of the market itself, of the supply chain. Have you thought of any partnerships around that to just make sure that, because what affects the hatching also is the quality of the egg. So have you thought about partnerships around that, ensuring that farmers have the necessary expertise around breeding stock and the quality of, and managing the quality of egg, and also looking at what happens after they chick in terms of chick management, because mortality is quite high, because it's that will attract the farmers from buying the technology. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you for the question. Actually, we have thought about it. Before incorporation, we have been incorporated since October 2019. Between January to October 2019, we worked mainly on product development and also on matters concerning the chicks. And for matters concerning the chicks, what came out we went to the market, and the farmers were able to inform us that one of the main problems post-hatching is the care that chicks need post-hatching. And that is where we came with the technology, the IoT, and also there are other diseases involved due to their diseases that comes along. And so what we do, we teach. We have a vaccination schedule which we teach the farmers on how to vaccinate. And on egg sourcing, we have the competitors I've mentioned of which are. They are not incorporated, but they sell some electric incubators. Some of them are poultry farmers, and they own poultry farms. And so they know, they have practiced for some years, because this project I started as a university student, and I was able to know them in my final year, and they had practiced. Some of them have practiced poultry farming since 2015, and so they are aware on how they have fertile eggs which they can offer our farmers, and we are looking on how once we take our incubator to a farmer, we can link up with these poultry farmers to be able to supply them with the fertilized eggs now before hatching. Post hatching, we have our technology which communicates with the farmer, and also we have the trainings on how to vaccinate the eggs.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. I think your presentation is quite clear, so I don't have very many questions. I wanted to ask about the investment for the operation. So you have the incubator, the hatchery, as we call it, which is solar driven or solar supported in terms of energy. I believe, I haven't understood whether you're producing some parts of it yourself, of the hatchery, or you're importing parts and assembling. We have the solar panels, I think those are imported. Maybe you can shed some light on what is sourced locally and what is sourced out from outside.
Okay, yeah, mainly now we have been driven by the market. From the beginning, when it was a project, we were making everything since from the motherboard and the incubator, which was wooden. But after we went to the market, we were guided by the fact that the market, the condition of the market, our motherboard would be prone to termite infestation and the wooden part. So mainly what we are focusing on, we are importing the motherboard. For us, what we are doing is incorporating the IoT technology which communicates with the farmer. That is our main focus.
Okay. And so how is the initial investment cost? I'm sure you have done your projections. So how is the initial investment cost here?
So for the incubator,
for a farmer, that is, yeah, from the farmer side of things, how much do they need to put in?
Okay, for the farmer, we are doing it on a pay-as-you-go basis to ensure affordability. And the farmer pays a deposit of 50,000, and then we install, and then pays a daily rate of 130 for a period of 2 years. And
sorry,
for the one
I had missed that. So in terms of that, it's a very good model, because you're looking to have some form of financing for a long period of time for the farmer. Yeah. Who is taking up the financing? Are you partnering with local, with financiers, or how are you looking to handle that model of financing?
Okay, to finance what we have, as per now, we have received seed funding from, we had 3 main partners. One was TechBig Invest Africa, was an investor who did the seed funding and guided us to the market. The other one was Close the Gap and the Nairobi Incubation Lab. For the first one was investment, and for the 2 other, they guided us on matters on financial management, since we need on financial management, and also on matters such as unique value proposition, and also for Nairobi Incubation Lab, they guided us on, they took us to some regional, there was a regional ideas, the Kusi Idea Festival, and we were able to link up with how other companies such as the Mara in Rwanda, how they make their product, and that's how we have been able to join all the different aspects to be able to come up with a product and different financial product and how to manage everything. Yeah.
Fantastic. And when it comes to the farmer side, actually that's where I was asking, but it's good you've answered that one as well. Are you partnering with financial institutions for them to finance the farmer who is buying your hatchery? Or are you the one extending? Is it your business extending the credit period?
To provide the farmer with the money to pay the incubators.
Yeah, you say they're putting a deposit and then they're paying the rest over time, yeah?
Yeah. Currently, in the long term, we may partner with some banks which have a friendly relationship with the farmers, such as Equity. But currently, because we're focusing on product development, the farmer, we didn't focus much on where the farmer will source the money. But as we go on, to be able to now capture the whole cake in chunks, as we go on, we shall look on how we can partner. We know of Equity, which has some farmer-friendly initiatives.
Okay, great. So how much time do you currently spend in this initiative, and how much do you intend to spend in the future in the initiative?
Okay, as I go on, since it is in my area of expertise in electrical engineer, so in the future, I would want it to become my employment. For now, I spend half a week on it, and also the other half a week I have some side hustles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, and a round of applause to our participant. So thank you. So we can move to the next participant for the day, and now I would want to invite Boniface Nyalwal.
Hello, my name is Boniface Nyalwal, and I'm the founder of AgriBiz. 8 months ago, I met a farmer in Nakuru. And like every single farmer you have met, he had a story. This story is inspiring because he wakes up every morning to go work his farm. And all he wants is a decent family for him and his loved ones. He works hard, but unfortunately, he does not get value for the effort he puts on in his garden. A deep dive in a recent survey we carried with 50 farmers revealed that the reason behind this was unstructured marketplace characterized by fluctuation in prices. The other reason was exploitation by middlemen. These farmers would end up undercutting their income by almost 225% because of these problems. At AgriBiz, we believe that every farmer deserves an opportunity to get access to not just ready markets, but vendors who offer competitive prices. The vendors who choose from AgriBiz produce listings have an opportunity to cut their delivery time by almost 6 hours. Additionally, the 6 vendors who currently work with us have increased their income by 30 shillings out of 100 goods worth ordered through our platform. This is an increase of about 30% in income. But this is what obviously happens when you sell fresh groceries out of the garden. Because of our low acquisition cost of about 50 shillings and high lifetime value of about 129,600 every year, we are only charging 10 shillings per every 100 shillings worth of goods ordered. Now, we are targeting 30% of about 40,000 vendors in Nairobi and its surroundings. And this is about 1.5 billion in revenue every single year. reducing product delivery time through our platform, through a geolocation data that we've integrated, prior produce verification process that our staff and aggregation center officers do, and quick payment option is a way to keep produce fresh, increase farmers' income by 20%, and vendors' income by 30%. When you visit www.agriBiz, you can quickly choose whether you are a farmer or a vendor, and you sign up in less than 3 minutes. For farmers, the product information is filled very quickly, and then our staff is able to verify these details. Our aggregation officers are able to confirm whether these products meet the quality standard that our vendors are looking for. Registered vendors get then access to these listings, and they're able to quickly order. Through the dashboard, they're able to manage all produce, from product ordering to delivery process, and eventually to every monthly reports. Our recent survey by 120 vendors in Nairobi revealed that 90% experienced post-harvest losses. 71% had problems sourcing for fresh produce. 90% would use AgriBiz considering the benefits. And lastly, 60% are willing to pay. With a 10% margin of processed orders in our mediated segment and 30% through our contracted model, we have an average of 20% profit margin. And with a target of 1,000 vendors in year 1, 2,000 vendors in year 2, 3,500 vendors in year 3, and 4,500 vendors in year 4, we project profits of 2.6 million, 5.2 million, and 12 million by the 4th year. The dream is to serve 200,000 farmers, 12,000 vendors, and have a profit margin of 311 million in the next 10 years. Behind this dream is my co-founder, Frederick Atogo, with a 3-year experience in finance, Joseph Madenge with a 2-year experience in web development, and me, who's actively worked in startup space for the last 5 years. Formerly, I co-founded a successful startup called The Village World and Olan Ventures. We are creating a food revolution in Africa, and we are asking you to join this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, and over to our judges for any questions and clarifications.
Thank you, Boniface, for that presentation, where you have vendors and farmers being linked together for the farmers to be able to sell the produce and the vendors to be able to access fresh produce. It's an interesting concept by use of technology. I think this is one way to close the gap between the suppliers and the farmers and the vendors. But just to get a bit of clarity on the concept that you have, I'll start from the competition. I don't know whether you have assessed who your competitors are. Is it the likes of the Twiga or others? Maybe you can let us know. And how is what is going to be distinct or different from how are you going to compete, in other words, from your competitors? The other question is, how will the logistics be managed in the supply chain? So there are logistics that have to happen for the product to move from the farmer to the vendor, for the whole supply chain to be complete. How is that going to happen? And do you have any role in ensuring that there's efficiencies in that? Yeah, let me ask those two first.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Jen. Jen. I'll start responding by competition. So you mentioned one of the biggest competitors is Twiga Foods. And the second competitor is, so we have MPAM and we also have Wamushi. So basically they also connect farmers to ready markets. Now, the difference that our platform offers is, as I mentioned through the pitch, is that our vendors are able to directly manage all the system from where we secure the product throughout the period where the product has to be moved from the farm to the vendor stalls. And how does this happen? I mentioned us having a geolocation data. So when you register on our system, and it's already a system, there is a platform, a dashboard for a vendor. A vendor is able to see, so my product has been released from an aggregation center. then they're able to monitor how long will it take, for example, if it's coming from Nakuru to get to Nairobi. And so they're able to estimate exactly by what time that is gonna happen, or those goods are gonna reach the stalls. This is not something that our competitor is offering, because our competitor basically gets farmers to sign up, vendors to sign up, and then they take it up through now a manual process where they call the vendors and then they call the farmers. And so for us, it's totally different because vendors are able to actively participate throughout the process. If any challenges arises, they're able to know. If prices of goods go up, they're able to see through the dashboard.
So maybe
and
a
then at
quick
the
one
end
on
of
that.
the month,
Maybe a quick one on that. Maybe a quick one on that. So who is in charge of the collection or delivery? Who is it, the vendor that goes for the goods, or is it the farmer that brings them in your model?
So we have an aggregation center. So what happens is this: instead of us going to look for the farmers who have like produce register, once they have registered, we have two sets of model on our system. There's a mediated model. For a mediated model, we allow the farmer to freely decide who they sell their products to, how they sell it to them. And at that particular moment, we're only charging vendors who order from these farmers within the mediated model a 10% margin. We also have another set of model, which is a contracted model. So on this contracted model, a lot of vendors we've talked to and the vendors we're working with currently, they want a constant supply. And this might not be able to happen through a mediated model. So what they do is that now they contract a free agreement. And the margin for that is what I mentioned about, it's about 33%, so 30 to 33%. And so that's what gives us an average of 30% plus the 10%, which is the 20%. So we are offering people an opportunity to choose whether you want to directly talk to the vendor and supply directly without us being involved in the transport system and having to charge you extra. You're able to use the mediated platform model. If you're looking for contracted, you're looking for constant supply, you're looking for a long-term supply, we now come actively through our aggregation centers to aggregate produce from different farmers. And then once they're collected through the centers and then they're vetted, then they're supplied to these vendors. So we participate actively at the request of the vendor, and that comes at an extra cost. So basically, again, in terms of logistics, basically that question again answers. So in terms of logistics, again, because they have a choice, but we have a geolocation data integrated in our system. And this is one of the other competitive advantages we're offering our participants compared to other competitors. Just like Uber works, you're able to monitor that through your dashboard. Interestingly, that's what we are offering vendors in this space. And that is how we are eliminating middlemen. Because instead of going through the process of transport and at every point, everybody adds a margin, what we are doing is we're just calculating a final margin, but then monitoring, integrating a technology within the supply chain to just make it much easier between the ordering point and the vendor stalls.
Yeah, and hoping that you deliver bigger value to the farmer. In terms of the margin, 33%, I hope it's not sort of comparing with what the brokers would give, but it's okay. I'll just hand over to the other judges.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Nothing from my end also, thank you.
Okay, thank you, our judges, for that, and a round of applause to Boniface and his team. So now we'll move to the next presenter, that is Chris Mtungi.
My name is Kevin Wambani, the CEO and founder of Alcatron Innovations Limited, and today I'm here to present to you a solution to help connect farmers to modern farming solutions through artificial intelligence, IoT, with an end-to-end encryption data service. Our solution is simply a smart automated irrigation technology, which will help farmers gather data on the usage of essential resources like water, fertilizer, pesticides, and any other resource. Simply, our autonomous technology will help promote novelty farming systems, making urban farming as well as commercial farming in remote environments possible. Our system can map irrigation schemes based on certain variables like weather patterns, crop index data, and soil data itself. Our business offers an end-to-end data-driven smart farming subscription service. And simply, our big data system will enable more precise and predictive farming, helping increase yield and reducing input. So who are we targeting? We are targeting commercial farmers based in the eastern region. Why? It's because the area is characterized by large arable farming lands to help them reduce, and system help them reduce the cost of farming while increasing yields at an efficiency of 5% per harvest. So we have a total market of 144,000 commercial farmers in the area, which are segmented into 3 tiers: the small, medium, and large-scale commercial enterprises. The small-scale farmers constitute of 40% of the target market, same as the medium, and the large at 20%, occupy 20% of the overall target market. We are proposing to use the erosion of canvassing reports, time-consuming engagement, and also high cost of labor. As we know, human performance results to errors. That is why we are bringing in artificial intelligence, algorithms, and the integration of precision sensors to collect all kinds of data, from soil data, water toxicity level, pH, and our equipment utilizes solar electronics to harvest raw energy from the sun. So we also have a centralized data management system that sorts the data out and gives out as output resolutional advisory and predictions, schedules, and optimal recommendations. So during the initial setup, the initial cost of implementing the system will vary according to the tier of the commercial farming enterprise it will fall under, because most of these enterprises have different activities. Our subscription based model will simply help the farmer to experience affordability in running the farming operations, hence enabling them to pay back remaining installments at a flexible time, and also generate wealth in tranches as compared to a lump sum amount. So our system is so precise and constantly adapts to any unpredictable event that might occur in the farm, like drought, floods. And the reports generated are actually very precise and comprehensive and can be used to make a conclusive data for future references. We're able to interview 10 farmers in the commercial sector, and we're able to tailor-make the system around their preferences. Most of the problems they encountered was labor, the cost of implementing a project with labor, because of the high cost of labor, poor knowledge of delivery, and mismanagement of resources due to cartels. As you look at our financials, the first year, as you progress towards the live customer, you can see that in 4 years' time, we'll be able to see the progress made in terms of revenue generation, the farmer, even after investing in the initial cost. The commercial farmer is always going to make profit in the long run because our model supports the farmer. So our support team is comprised of me as the CEO of the company, Michael Mutiwa as the CTO, Chief Technical Officer, and Chris as the Managing Director. As a company and founders, we aim to revolutionize farming by introducing a fully automated system throughout the country. We target to achieve a valuation of 175 million Kenya shillings in the next 3.5 years, increase food production security all over Kenya, and revive farming activities in abandoned arable areas to boost self-employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, for that presentation. Now we move to our judges for any questions and clarifications.
Thank you for that excellent presentation on precision irrigation. I just want to find out, is your product the technology itself, or it also includes it's fitted in an irrigation infrastructure? So basically, when you're delivering to the smallholder farmer, it is a complete package, the irrigation infrastructure fitted with the technology. And then my second comment would be on competition. Have you looked at what Sun Culture is doing? Because they're currently also promoting drip irrigation with various irrigation technologies that are fitted with a technology to check on all those things you're talking about. So just comment a little bit about how you're handling competition and also whether you're supplying the full infrastructure, both the irrigation hardware and the technology itself. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, in terms of competition, yes, you've looked at other competitors, and what they're offering is they aren't like looking at every sector of the farmer, like the middle scale commercial farmer, the small scale commercial farmer, or the large scale commercial farmer. They mostly concentrate on the large scale and medium scale. So what we are offering is giving, let's say, youths and other small scale farmers who are technologically literate an opportunity to actually get into smart farming. Yeah.
Can I also add something about that? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, judges. So, yeah, so on the question involving the whole technology, we're giving the farmer both the hardware and the software, because all the hardware and software, they're both integrated to work together, and our technology is ready. Our first place of pilot was Turkey in the year 2016, and we've slowly been developing more better devices and improving our platform over the years, and we've been able to do some pilot areas and successfully launched in Machakos County, Turkana County, Lokichar areas, and also Dadaab areas. Because at the end of the day, we're also trying to come up with a technology that's easier for people who are not conversant with technology to be able to leave it for the experts. First of all, not only to do management for them, but to give them the right results. Because we find out when we are telemaking these solutions, we found out that most people who develop these solutions, even when it comes to solutions to do with data, support is key. And the reason why most people tend not to deliver is because they don't have a support center with the right expertise that will be able to cater for the needs of the customer. Now, in terms of farming is very hard to start, but our cutting edge solution is the fact that you can start farming even with 55,000 shillings and be able to get a fully automated system that will be able even to predict the weather patterns, and also help you minimize on the cost of fertilizer, insecticides, and any other resource that's needed on the farm for you to be able to boost your production. And also the unique part is our technology helps you to use a very small chunk of the land, as it can also integrate with the new farming activities like hydroponics and any other conventional farming method.
Maybe just a quick one I would ask the pilots. You mentioned like 3 or 4 pilots that you have done, yes, which is quite commendable. How successful were those pilots? It sounds like it's time to scale up.
Sorry. Now, the success of those pilots, they were 100% successful. Actually, we were actually in a dilemma because at that time we just commissioned 6 pilot projects. Now, out of the 6 pilot projects, we actually made 12 devices, and each farm we're just testing with 2 devices each. And in the process, we got a huge demand to the point whereby we had to shut down because of the funding was overwhelming. We didn't have funding, we just used to fund ourselves because we have a utility billing management system that's running in Uganda. We used to use those funding now to try and fund, to get more devices, to get more security updates for our system, so that once we finally launch, we can be able to achieve the final goal that is out there for our product, the customer.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Yes.
Thanks so much for an excellent presentation and quite a good innovation for the irrigation and of course the farming space. Looking at the number of pilots you've undertaken in the various areas, it implies, and it leads me to a question of how long have you been in existence? And then secondly, team composition. How diverse is your team composition in as far as all the coverage areas are concerned? And lastly, what are the risks? Have you analyzed the risks that your app or your initiative is exposed to, and what are the mitigation measures you've put in place? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Judge. Now, when it comes to existence, now we started as a company called Alcatron Systems, because we used to specialize much more in IoT projects. And personally, I have a background in robotics. My colleague Mike has a background in IT as well, and business, and so has my partner Chris in financial technology. Now we were in existence since 2015. But we were dealing with other projects. In the process, we were also able to make a few innovations now in agriculture, but using drones. And we used to use swarm technology. Swarm technology is the technology whereby you program one drone, and when one drone, let's say you have 10 drones, when one drone makes a decision, all of them makes a decision. Now we used to use that now to come up with drones to help do seed dispersal, and in other case do indexing, vegetation indexing, for someone to be able to tell how much their yield, how the expectation of their yield that season. Now that technology now is the one that developed to this, and we were able to also add a few sensors in the platform and integrate the whole technology. And the current technology now can support even drones. It's just that I've not mentioned, but yes, we've been in existence since 2015, but this year we've rebranded to Alcatron Innovations Limited. Now, when it comes to the composition of the team, now, as I mentioned, we have, we're in the process of developing a support system, because whenever you're in the data business, you need to have a proper support system. And the support system is comprised of levels of expertise, people, first of all, in the marketing, because we realized, first of all, our product is a very unique product, and if you don't market it well, it will not do well in the outside there. So we have a support center with a marketing team, with engineers well versed in software development, because the software is the brain of the device. Without the software, the brain can the device cannot function well. And also, apart from that, we also have some financial people on board to be able to help us to know how to be able to well adjust our prices, and also according to what the customers need. And also when it comes to now fabricating materials, because sometimes you see, when, for example, when we fabricate a smart water meter, because of the prices of copper, you see they make the prices of the smart water meter to increase, as well as also this, because they also, IoT devices use a lot of copper as well when it comes to wiring. Yeah, so that's that. Our team is well versed. We have a support team. We're coming up with another batch of support team that has all the expertise, mostly engineers. Now, when it comes to risk, because simply in the data business, and all these devices are there to help us build our platform to make it more better, more sustainable, because data is sustainable and data is king and data is the future. So we looked at some of the things like hacking and signal interception, and we're able to come up with a very good encryption service to help people at least secure their data, because once we set up the information for you, we'll set up your own subdomain, which the information that's coming from the sensors will go to. Now you'll get your information from our servers, then our servers will send to you a copy of the data. So when it comes to the risk, some of the risk, we're able to work with teams such as Microsoft now and Kotra. I believe we all know Kotra. Kotra is a Korean Trade and Development Agency. We partnered in 2019, and we are trying to push one of these projects outside there. And because of that, we are able as well to solve the problem of getting integrity in our data by helping clean the data using data analysts and other technological plugins like smart AI systems and other things as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, and a round of applause to Kevin and Chris. So we can now move to our next presenter, that is Douglas Kipngetich.
My name is Douglas, and we are a distribution company connecting farmers and vendors. We are calling ourselves Fresh Farm. We are on a mission to create a new generation of farmers and vendors who are practicing sustainable farming practices and sustainable vendor business by reducing fragmentation of retail and improving the efficiency of the supply chain. So we are doing this by creating through a Fresh Farm app that is going to be connecting farmers to vendors. So we want to connect, inspire, and transform. So in our deal, we are going to be making a 10% commission on all vendor purchases, which is going to be equivalent to 2,000 Kenya shillings, as we expect total vendor purchases per month to be 2,000 Kenya shillings, to be 20,000 Kenya shillings. So our pitch head market is Kericho, Nakuru, Uasin Gishu, Bomet, Narok, Kisumu, Nyamira counties, and the reason we chose this region is because of the interdependence in agricultural production and consumption. So we are starting with 8,000 vendors and a market share of 20%, which is 2,000 vendors. So one thing that we are giving the farmer that is getting in the pay at the moment is there could be timely payments, there's going to be access to advisory services, there's going to be real-time market price information, which is very key, as it is going to inform with the help of our agents, the pricing on our app. There's going to be data handling and insights so that farmers can practice sustainable farming practices. For the vendors, there's going to be reduced wastages, there's going to be improved inventory management, there's going to be reduced retail fragmentation, and all this is happening because we are providing a one-stop sourcing platform. So all this is going to culminate into increased vendor earnings and also increased farmer earnings. So this is our product. Our product is an application. On one side is a farmer, on the other side is a vendor. The information that is available to the farmer is the real-time market price information, because we are going to be updating prices on a daily basis, and that is going to be very important with the help of our agents in listing the prices and the quality of the products. The vendors are going to make orders and make payments using a fintech payment platform like Alipa na M-Pesa. The farmers are going to move their products to our collection point, and then we organize logistics so that we can move the products within the shortest time possible. So we are also going to be connecting a lot of transporters, so that we can utilize their services in moving produce from farmers to vendors. By doing so, we are aggregating transport, reducing the transport cost per unit, and improving the employability of the transporters. So as we have been transporting moving products from farmers to vendors, one thing that is coming out very clearly from the farmer is that there are low prices, there is delayed payments, there are low margins, there is lack of advisory support, there is lack of market information, and therefore all this has led the farmer to practice unsustainable farming practices. For the vendors, there is no supply reliability. there are no favorable prices. They want to increase their revenue, and there's a lot of wastages occasioned by panic purchases. So panic purchases happen because sometimes the vendors are in the anticipation of shortage. They make huge purchases, and then the shortage doesn't occur. So for financials, we are starting with a market share of vendors 10,000 and a market share of 20%, which is going to be 2,000 customers. And then the vendor is going to be a monthly purchase of 20,000 Kenya shillings. And the reason we chose 20,000 Kenya shillings is because as we have been moving produce, average vendor purchase per week has been 5,000, and therefore 20,000 Kenya shillings is a good figure. So the total vendor purchase per month is going to be 40 million, and because we are commission-based, monthly revenue is going to be 4 million, and a net monthly profit of 40%, which is 1.6 million, and a yearly profit of 19.2 million. So we are going to rely, our key drivers is reliability, vendor purchase, market size, location, and reduce cost. We are going to rely so much on reliability because it is going to enable us to onboard more vendors. And the reason why location is key is because in this region we have chosen, we are going to be the first to provide this service. So that's our dream team. It is Douglas, myself. There's Eric, who is also an accountant, and then there's Abraham. Abraham is the person we have been moving produce together from the farmers to the vendors. Eric will also be doing the same, but specializing on sweet potatoes. And therefore, these two gentlemen are very key because they have network in farmers and vendors. So we want to increase farmer connectivity to markets while reducing fragmentation of retail. We want to connect over 10,000 farmers to over 10,000 vendors. We want to improve farmers' land productivity by over 50% in 5 years. And we want to achieve a net profit of at least 50 million annually in 5 years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll now invite our judges for questions and clarifications.
Excellent pitch there. I don't know, do I give it a go? Yeah, I think I'm already speaking. Thank you, Douglas, for that. Again, another vendor farmer connection platform. Excellent. I think there's money there. Everybody seems to want to do that. You're already having competitors here. So I wanted to find out from you, you're targeting the vendors. I think it's going to be like 2,000 vendors every year if you're going to get to 10,000 by the end of 5 years. First, I understand the locations that you have named, the counties you have named. Those are the counties where you're targeting the farmers, right? Yes. Where would be the vendors? What's the location of the vendors? And if it is different locations, say Nairobi or even in those counties, the pricing, there'll be pricing variations in the different counties where the vendors are. I believe you have already factored that, how you reflect that to the farmers or on the platform. My question is how you're targeting 2,000 vendors a year, seemingly. I think I just did the math. If you're going to get 10,000, maybe you can do the math for me. How are you going to increase the vendors over the years? How are you going to recruit vendors to be able to reach these good numbers you have?
Okay. In this region, the way we are targeting both vendors and farmers in the same region. And the reason why we increased that region is because there is an interdependence of the agricultural production and consumption. Remember that one of the challenges that we are facing as with such an approach is the segregation of farmers. So we have farmers in one region and in the other region. But the good thing about that is that there'll be bi-directional movement of goods, because in one region we are producing one product, in another region we are producing another product. So we are moving products from one region and then utilizing the same transport system to move product from that region, but within this region that we have chosen. And then for the vendors, we want to start with 10,000 vendors. That is we are aiming 10,000 vendors, but we want to have a target of 2,000 vendors monthly purchases. That is consistent. That's why I was talking about they'll be making 20,000 Kenya shillings per month vendor purchases. And the reason we arrive at that 20,000 is because we have been actually transporting goods, but not with the involvement of the app. And for the vendors we have been servicing, they have been making a purchase of around 20,000 Kenya shillings in a month at least. So we are going to be translating them into an app. So actually that region, that is the region we are targeting. And for the vendors, we want to start with 2,000 Kenya shillings. so that as we go on, we are going to be having a lot of agents. As I said previously, we have agents. So we are going to be having agents on the vendor side and agents on the farmer side. And agents are going to be, we are going to develop our key performance indicators on the agents so that they'll be having targets, vendors they are supposed to be onboarding per month. So we are expecting to be, by the third month, we should have onboarded around 300 vendors. And these 300 vendors should be in a position to make us profitable. So we expect to be profitable after around 3 to 4 months. And then each and every agent is going to be having targets by the vendors and also on the vendor purchases.
Thank you. And maybe a quick follow-up question on that.
Yes.
Who, in terms of payment, I believe the
Yes.
payment is made via the platform. Is that correct?
Pardon,
the payment by the vendor to the farmer, is it made via the platform?
Okay. The payment is going to be made via Lipa na M-Pesa, but we are going to link with the platform so that because the platform is going to be managing all the value chain. And then from there, when they make a payment, either a full payment or a commitment, we organize logistics and then they are delivered within the shortest time possible. And then for our commission, we deduct from the vendor purchases.
Interesting initiative, and I think as my colleague Jen said, I think this is where the money is, I think. A lot of competition. My inquiry, one, as you've said, the app is probably not fully running. What timelines are you giving yourself to get it complete, pilot test it and roll it out? And have you gotten the patents for it? Then secondly, and probably goes to the other apps, similar apps also. Are there thoughts of including a financial institution to provide lending to the farmers based on the sales? I've seen such applications, and there's an inclusion of a financial institution in the entire setup. And farmers, as they wait to sell, they can be able to get financing to pay school fees, or So are there potentials to include a financial institution in the mix? Yeah, those are the main questions at the moment. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. For the app, at the moment we are working on the app. It is not yet complete. What we have just been doing is that we have been transporting farmers using the normal way, buying and selling, and then we are working on the app so that it can increase our scalability. So for the inclusion of other services, there are two main services that we are going to include. Number one is advisory services. And the reason why that is going to come in is because when we introduce such a system, the first impact that is going to have is that there is going to be an increased income for the farmer. And then when the farmer increase income, they are going to develop trust, and they are going to develop trust on us, and they can actually afford advisory services. On our app, we are going to be having farmers, and we are going to be monitoring their production and even projecting their production. When we monitor their production, we can actually be in a position to harvest the data, the data like the monthly incomes, the weekly incomes, that is actually not there, and it is actually that data that is disenfranchising farmers from actually getting financials. So when we have such a data where we have consistent farmers and we know this is what they are making, it will be very easy for financiers, which we are going to incorporate later on to provide financing for these farmers, because that is actually what is missing. What is missing is the data that can be used to project and to look at actually their creditworthiness.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Douglas, for that presentation. My question is on the commodity. You seem to be targeting every fresh produce or commodity. How will you manage demand and supply? And because you're dealing in perishable commodities, and therefore you have to be almost precise on your demand and supply, so that you're trying to create efficiencies. So are there any commodities that you have prioritized to start with, or you're just looking at the full spectrum?
Okay, thank you for that. The commodities that we are starting with are the commodities that we have been dealing with, which has been mainly fruits from our area. And then there are items like potatoes, tomatoes, because they will provide us an opportunity to utilize bi-directional transport of our vehicles, and then aggregating transport. So that's what we are going to start with. We are not going to start with all what is available.
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you, our judges. So a round of applause to our participants. So we can move now to our last presenter, that is Hazel Awino.
Hello, my name is Hazel Awino, the Innovation Hub and developer of an award-winning mobile prototype solution sponsored by UNESCO through Kwani Techno Girls, known as AgriHub Soko. Potatoes are the second most important food crop grown by 800,000 small-scale farmers across Kenya. But sadly, the supply chain of potatoes is disintegrated. Through our platform, we are able to combine the crops to reach the required amount, to supply the potatoes on a larger scale, eliminate brokers who control the market prices, and reduce the number of rejects and wastages. If we don't implement these solutions, farmers will never realize their potential and be empowered. We offer buyers potatoes that are already sorted, graded, packaged, as we take 10% of every sale made and 10% of commission for transport charges. Wholesale buyers offer us the best chance to penetrate our beachhead market in Nairobi, which consumes the highest number of potatoes and is also near Narok County, where we'll be sourcing our potatoes as we expand to other counties. AgriHub Soko offers better prices to both buyers and farmers, enhances accessibility to markets, offers affordable transport services, reduces wastages, increases income for small-scale potato farmers, and offers traceability. We will also ensure that potatoes are packaged in 50 kg bags as stipulated by the law, as opposed to the current packaging of approximately 80 kg bags, which is a loss to the farmer and is sold at the same price. Agri Innovation Hub will first train farmers on quality and sustainable production of potatoes, and also how to use our mobile application. Bids will then be made by farmers on numbers of potato bags they can supply against the orders made by buyers. We will source the potatoes from farmers, then sort, grade, packaged according to variety, size, and quality at our aggregation centers before transporting to buyers and other aggregation centers for restocking. From our survey of 15 buyers, 15 farmers, and 5 transport companies, the main challenges faced were lack of good post-harvest handling services, lack of consistent supply, poor quality, lack of employment opportunities, high cost of transportation, and low production. With a selling price of 1,500 shillings per 50 kg bag and transport cost of 20,000 for 160 bags from Narok to Nairobi, our projected profit is 77 million per year. The business is highly scalable and can be adopted easily into other potato producing counties. Our team consists of myself, CEO Hazel Awino, Head of Operations Grace Award, and Viola Maina is in charge of sales and marketing. Our main dream is to work towards a reliable potato supply chain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so back to our judges for any questions and clarifications.
Hi, Hazel. I have really enjoyed your pitch. You have done it very naturally. Thank you very much. Just a few, maybe I'll ask one clarification question. In terms of the vendors, you have some sort of two customers. So you have the farmers on one side and you have the buyers on the other side. How are you going to reach the how are you going to reach the buyers? It sounded to me like the approach you have is laid back, but maybe it's more of a clarification, because the buyers are very critical to the success of this. The farmers are plenty. I believe they're all looking for a better value, so they might subscribe if they can find value in it. But the vendors, or rather the buyers, are very critical to this supply chain. How are you going to recruit them and keep them?
Thank you for the question. We are going to start by recruiting them through our salespeople. That's why we have Viola Maina, who was prior employed in Nation Media Group, and also Smart Farmer. That's where we're going to focus more. We are going to inject most of our investment through to our sales, and also we are going to market ourselves through social media so other companies can join us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
No question from my end.
Go ahead, Patrick.
No question from my end, Rebecca.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Hazel for that excellent presentation. The commodity is very clear, it's clearly understood. The demand is clearly understood, traceability, you know, all that, and the logistics side of things. And I'm pretty impressed. I'm highly impressed with that presentation. And because of that, I don't have any additional questions to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so thank you, our judges. So just a few announcements. From here, we'll allow our judges to move into a breakout session. And as our judges deliberate on who will be our winners, we'll also take this opportunity to do some quick presentation to all the presenters, some certificates. Then we'll also play a video. And then once our judges are ready, we'll invite them to announce who are the winners. Then we'll close with a vote of thanks. So our judges, you can proceed to the breakout rooms. And then for the other participants, you can remain around as we give you the certificates. Thank you. So our judges will take about between 15 and 20 minutes to deliberate. So we should be back by latest 2 o'clock to announce the winners. So just give us a minute as we prepare for the presentation of the certificates. So now we are ready to present our certificate, and I'll call out the participants' name. So Sarah Unchunga, congratulations. Let's give her a round of applause. Then Namushiri Kahinga, also let's give him a round of applause. Then Paul Mukora, a round of applause to Paul. Then next will be Kevin and Kevin Lama, a round of applause. Linda Kadambi, round of applause to Linda. Next, Anthony Ndiritu. Round of applause to Anthony Ndiritu. Then Boniface Nyalwal. Congratulations, Boniface. Chris Mutungi. Congratulations also. Then Douglas Kipngetich. A round of applause to Douglas. And then finally, Hazel Awino. Congratulations and a round of applause. So those are the certificates to our winners. We'll arrange to see how you will get them soon. Thank you.
In capacity to design and implement modern agricultural ideas and the proper set. The inadequacy of factors of production, lack of access to finance, incapacity to design and implement modern agricultural ideas, and the poor perception of the agribusiness sector are factors that have deprived of many youth, women, and the world at large numerous opportunities to make a living for themselves and their families, as well as denying them food security. According to Kenya Climate Innovation Center, KCIC, agribusiness portends an economic and social prospect to the overall attainment of national and globally set development goals. Despite the challenges bedeviling agribusiness being overarching, the sector still provides an opportunity for many youth and women in the country. Agripreneurship holds multiple opportunities across the animal and crop production value chains.
The place where these women come from is very dry. We are helping them introduce these crops that help this land, especially the growing of Aloe secundiflora. It helps prevent soil erosion. It holds the soil, and when it rains, water runoff is prevented.
We need to be able to look at crops and plants that adapt to less rainfall. We cannot just say maize and beans alone. We need to look at the climate of the area and adapt and grow what grows there. And we try to avoid damaging agricultural systems.
The agribusiness sector, which comprises the business activities performed from farm to fork, is a major generator of employment and income, not just locally, but also worldwide. This, according to Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, covers the entire value chain, including the supply of agricultural inputs, the production and transformation of agricultural products, and their distribution to final consumers. Women and youth have an equal opportunity to play in this sector.
Nikakuja nikakatakata ile matawi ambayo sio mzuri, Kwa hivyo sasa maembe yangu ni mazuri, na tena kutoka hapo yule kijana anaitwa David Mudini, mimi ndio namuuzia maembe kwa sababu maembe yangu ni mingi.
My name is David Mwende. I'm the founder and CEO of Global East Africa. We are the producers of fruit-based mango juice. We buy ripe mango from Makueni and Machakos, and then we produce the mango juice you can see behind me. Because of this, we are able to create a market for local farmers, and also we are providing them with a good livelihood.
The European Union says that agriculture is the leading source of economic activity, employment, and exports in Kenya. Agriculture contributes directly and indirectly to 51% of the Kenyan GDP and accounts for 60% of jobs in the country. But good things await. Kenya Climate Innovation Center, the European Union, the Danish International Development Agency, DANIDA, and Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN have now come together to promote decent jobs for youth and women in agribusiness. KCIC has previously worked with DANIDA to support small market enterprises in agribusiness.
So KCIC have been focused primarily in agriculture, renewable energy, and water management. I really like what I see here, and there's no doubt that there's so many really intelligent entrepreneurs here, and this environment helps them to be even better. And I really appreciate that.
AgriBiz program is a 5-year program that seeks to be a catalyst and enabler towards greater involvement of women and youth in agricultural and livestock value chains. The primary focus of the program will be to provide a range of services to women and youth-owned early-stage agribusiness enterprises, as well as small and medium enterprises. The program will do this through establishment of 8 business incubation hubs across 8 counties in Kenya. Through the business incubation hubs, the program will deliver 4 services: access to services and facilities, access to finance, business advisory and technical assistance, and access to information.
We appreciate all the efforts and many more to come.
Naomba kama mnaweza mnisaidie kifedha, pate pesa, pia wananunua mingi naye wananisaidia. This is a company that specializes in processing of fruits and vegetables. We are based in the Tharaka County, working with
I work with Exotic EPZ. We are directly in touch with the farmers, the aspect of growing, crop management, and all that. The effort of exotic is to reach down to the farmers, to work with them to prepare a crop that is good, so that by the time the farmers bring the crop to us, we have
Yes, so thank you, everyone. And I think we have our judges ready. So I just want to welcome everyone back to this session. Yeah, thank you, Solomon. So now we have our judges ready, and before they make any announcement, I want to give them each an opportunity just to give us some few remarks on how they've seen the competition, anyone they want to have to our participants today. Then we'll invite the chief judge to announce to us who are the winners after their deliberation. So I don't know, we start with you, Jen.
Thank you very much, Ernest. It's a real pleasure. I think I'll put my video on. It has been a real pleasure to be part of this final round of this prestigious AgriBiz, Vijana na AgriBiz business plan competition. And my comment, having gone through the entire process this morning, is that we have a very vibrant business, 10 businesses that made it here. And maybe first, I would congratulate all of you, the 10 businesses and all the representatives that were here. You did an excellent job, and that's why you made it to this level. Just to say that you are very vibrant, it also shows that you have a lot of innovation and that you are all set and passionate to start off your businesses or to scale up your businesses. It was excellent the way you all presented. It was a hard decision to make, actually, between all of you or amongst all of you, and to say every competition has a winner. I'm sure you're all holding your breath. At the end of it, you'll be able to know who the winners are, but just to encourage you that even if you don't make it to the top 3, you have top, excellent ideas, and you should definitely pursue them. You should definitely look for ways of making them work. And as it was mentioned before, there are very many institutions that have potential to support you. I'm sure you know that very well, and you will pursue your great dreams. Maybe just to say that business idea is not all that it takes. I'm sure you know that. I'm sure you will want to continue putting in a lot of effort and fine-tuning and working on it even as you scale up, even as you get started, for those who have not started. I wish you well, and thank you very much for sharing your ideas here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jen, for those remarks. Then I'll invite Judge Patrick.
Thanks so much. Again, to echo what Jen has said, it wasn't an easy decision. We were really caught out in terms of ranking. So, but congratulations to you all. Not easy to come out of the 350 and be the top 10. So already that is a hallmark. It's a milestone for you guys. I wish you well. More importantly, also to Ernest and Solomon and the rest of the team, KCAC, is to facilitate those who would have not have managed to get the awards to look out and link the 7 to other potential funding initiatives, locally or internationally, and also to facilitate them to be able to realize their dreams, because this is so good. This is what this country needs. Not all to look for employment, but to create employment. So I'm amazed. I'm really amazed and humbled by the initiatives that you guys have taken, and also to congratulate KCAC, Vijana na AgriBiz initiative for this very wonderful initiative. So keep it up. But more importantly, facilitate the 7 whom will not have succeeded to just link them up to potential funders who can then enable their dream to come true. And probably some of those may be us. So we see whether we could facilitate that. Thank you so much and all the best.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick. Now I'll invite Rebecca.
Thank you so much, Ernest. Thank you, the participants, and thank you, funding partners, European Union and Danida, for facilitating this very innovative idea. And thanks to KCIC for this approach. I think it's quite innovative to even be able to harvest ideas and innovative ideas from amongst our young people throughout the country to a level where they can even go through, you know, a business boot camp, and they are supported to develop their ideas further and how they can be able to present them. That's not a mean achievement. It's really, really great that you've been able to do that. And just going back to how this process started and the whole application of 350 applicants that was received, to 20 semifinals and 10 finals, and then to the top 3, I think this is not a mean achievement. I think the participants have done really well. The ideas are quite innovative, but as we say, this is a competition. And because it is a competition, we definitely will have the winners. But it doesn't mean that for those who have won this afternoon, that the other ideas don't make sense. The other ideas are great. The competition was quite tough, and as the other judges have said, even making a decision to arrive at the top 3 has not been an easy process. So without much ado, I just want to congratulate all the 10 candidates who were able to reach this particular level. And most importantly, congratulate the top 3 who have made it, whose ideas are going to be funded. And as Patrick has said, the other ideas around waste management and all that, and innovations around renewable energy, they're still excellent ideas. And I think we personally, as I work for MEST, I'll be looking forward to linking up directly with KCIC on how we can be able to partner with those other ideas that may not have had a chance to make it to the top. Otherwise, without much ado, I know time is not on our side. I'm very, very excited to announce our top 3 this afternoon. And with the help of Ernest, who's sharing the screen, I'd like to just get straight to that. Good, so okay, our position 3 this afternoon is a presentation from Chris Ngenzi Mutungi, who presented an idea on precision irrigation, which was quite innovative. And we just want to congratulate Chris Ngenzi Mutungi with his team for presenting such a brilliant idea. It's quite innovative and quite practical. Congratulations for you taking up the 3rd position in this particular competition. A round of applause to Chris Ngenzi Mutungi with his colleagues. The second position goes to Anthony Kiranga Ndiritu. Anthony Kiranga Ndiritu, congratulations. You're the 2nd winner of this particular competition with your idea around solar hatching system. It's quite innovative. It's going to solve a real problem. And we look forward to finding your product in the market. And congratulations for taking the 2nd position. And our first winner, whose idea has topped the list, is Hazel Awino. Congratulations, Hazel, for a very innovative idea, very excellent presentation, very, very clear and straightforward. Congratulations for having taken the 1st position for Vijana and AgriBiz competition. Thank you so much, and congratulations to you all. Bye. Back to you, KCIC.
Yeah, thank you, our judges, and thanks to the winners. And for those who didn't make it to the top 3, doesn't mean that your ideas were not good. We just also want to congratulate you for going this far, and we look forward to working with all of you as you develop your idea to the next level. So in the interest of time, now I will invite McKenna to give us a vote of thanks and close this session. Welcome, Makena.
Thank you very much, Ernest and team. What an exciting day. The competitions, the participant, I think today was really a culmination of a great effort. I would just say something very small. It's just a vote of thanks really to the, first of all, to the KCIC team, supported and led by our CEO, Dr. Edward Mungai. I really appreciate the team both across the group to ensure that we are able to, from the process of selection and supporting these brilliant ideas and brilliant entrepreneurs. I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I also want to really appreciate our chief guest, Dr. Hubert Pear of the EU delegation. Really appreciate our development partners from the European Union and also Danida to make this dream come true for Kenyans through KCIC. I also particularly want to thank the judges for really taking their time and effort to really look at the participants presenting, and really it was a hard decision, and we thank you for participating. Rebecca Mukoya of the MEST CEO, Jane Magwa of Exotic EPZ, our great partner, Patrick Lumumba of AGF. We really appreciate you as our judges. Finally, I really want to appreciate you all participants. You are really the cream of the top, and we shall see how to continue supporting you. Even though you are not the top three, the other 7, I want to encourage you to keep in touch with us and see how we can always support you to grow to further heights. For the top 3, I really want to congratulate Chris Mutungi, Anthony Derito, and finally Hazel Awino. What a great day for you all. We pray that this injection and this boost will really catapult you to the next level. And we really appreciate you as your partners through this stage. And thank you very much, everyone, for supporting us and being with us the whole day. Thank you very much. Back to you, Ernest.
Thank you, Makena. Now I would want to give our winner, Hazel, if she can have like 2 minutes just to tell us how it was and just to encourage other participants. Hazel, if you're here, and if you can have your camera on, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'd like to thank Vijana and AgriBiz for this once in a lifetime opportunity, because I've learned how to transition my ideas into a workable solution in a really short amount of time. Because I do not know where I could have been without Vijana and AgriBiz. I think I'm still in shock for this. And I also thank you for believing in my idea, because not a lot of people believe that this is a workable solution. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Hazel, for that. And with that, we've come to the end of our session today. So to everyone, thank you. And to our participants, congratulations for making this far. And I just want to wish everyone well and have a good afternoon. So we've come to the end of our session. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.